All right, all right, all right. I think I am live. Hays and friends, happy Sunday evening to you, or maybe Monday morning for some of you on the other side of the planet. Good to see you. Hope you had an amazing weekend full of amazing moments, and we're ready to get into this wonderful, wonderful day. Oh my gosh, it's so happy February. We're in February. Also, we are having a Leo full moon today, and it's also Imbolc, which we'll talk about here in a moment. But before we get into everything, let us come back to this moment, and we'll bring some amazing energy in with the singing bowl as we do, and then we'll get into a little bit of the Imbolc celebration. I'll tell you some little things about it. We've got some candles going in the background. We've got a big red candle going. You can't really see it because the other 2 candles are so bright, but we've got a yellow candle and a light green candle going on. So some beautiful energy coming in. So to match that, we'll start off by taking a big deep breath in, coming out of the future, coming out of the past, coming out of the chaos of the outside world into this moment right here, right now. And then so we'll take a big deep breath in, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable, and slow exhale, and that'll allow us to come back to here. Then we'll bring in the singing. All right, so if you want to join me, let's do it. Big deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Right. Well, I will hit the singing bowl 3 times. And as I'm hitting the singing bowl, you can just imagine this beautiful, eternal, unconditional love energy that lives in our hearts just expands and flows into our brain and all of its thoughts and mindsets and stories, and into our hearts with all of the emotions, into our physical bodies, into our blood and our cells and our organs and everything, into our energetic systems, all of our chakras, our meridians, our auras, then filling us up and going out there into the outside world and letting it fill up whatever wants to be filled up out there with unconditional love, helping raise the vibration of the planet as well. Something we can always do to help raise our vibration immediately is focusing on gratitude. What are we grateful for? One little thing in this moment, right here, right now, allows us just to immediately zip up our energy, our love vibration, and magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for, but also opens us up for messages from spirit. And that's why we're here, right? So let's get into it. I'll start off in a little distance in case it's really, really loud. I never know how loud it's going to be. So mind your ears and remember gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. I think she'd sing all night if I just let her keep going. So welcome everybody. Thank you so much for joining me and doing that. She's still singing. We'll put her back over here. Let her watch us over us here. So welcome everybody. Again, happy February. Happy Leo full moon here. And we've got Imbolc happening today, which it's celebrated in the northern hemisphere. Imbolc. So Lumas is the I think it's Lumas or Lamas is the southern, which we'll celebrate later in the year on the northern hemisphere. But it's halfway in between winter and spring, where the darkness is drifting away, and then every day after the winter solstice, of course, we start getting brighter and brighter and brighter and brighter because we're the winter solstice is when the northern hemisphere is tipped away from the sun, and then it starts going back this way. um, of course, for the summer solstice is when we're pointed and the southern hemisphere is in winter. So it's always interesting um, to just realize that's how all the seasons work, right? But right in the middle of it, and so there's a celebration of hope and livelihood. I grabbed some information here on celebrating Imbolc, which of course, lighting candles is always the thing to do in any celebration, but especially for this Leo full moon energy, you can use that for that release energy. So I'll post the video here in a moment for the making the most of the Leo full moon energy, even though we are past the actual full moon at its biggest. It's still going to be impacting us for days. We can still use that energy even though it's the biggest use of it is the 8 hours before the actual full moon within those 8 hours. But we can still make the most of it. It's not gone, gone, gone. So there's plenty of energy left over. It's not like a sale and they're sold out. They still has plenty of energy for us. But you can light the candles. I have back here lit the yellow and light green. Yellow is the strength of the sun. I've got both a big bright yellow one and then a little yellow one too, and a little light green one, which represents the growth energy there. And then you can also like light a white candle for purity. So all of those represent the light energy, the sun that's becoming brighter for us as spring approaches. Some cool things that you could do when I was looking at some different ways to celebrate. We've got the purification is part of it, right? Purity. You can declutter, even if it's a drawer, even if it's your purse or a backpack or whatever. It's like it can be something small. It can be the silverware drawer or flatware drawer or whatever. And um, it's just decluttering something, and you can do that. So that helps. It's like spring cleaning early. It's the hints of that. So I like that. Also a nature walk. If you go out for a walk, if it's not 35, 40 below, like some of you guys, um, but you can look for early signs of spring. Like today, here it got up to like 55 degrees or and plus Fahrenheit. So it was a nice day. I can even maybe I don't know if you can tell I got some a little bit of sun here because I'm doing my hour walks outside most days. So I'm getting some good vitamin D. I think it's vitamin D from the sun. Yeah, that's right. But I remembered when I was out walking and I did see a bunch of trees with the little buds. They're starting to get ready to spring out, right? So that's really a fun thing to do out there too. And it's freezing there. Yeah, so maybe look at pictures of spring. I guess you could go for a nature walk. You're like, from the, building to the subway, right? Or to a cab. And then, of course, if it's warm enough, the other thing they had was, open the windows, if it's warm enough, right? Don't freeze your cojones off, but and light candles and sweep, and then set intentions for spring. So that's kind of what we, look at for, in bulk. So some fun things to try if you were interested in do that, but we have all the energy on my altar back there, which I didn't talk about a whole lot. I've got, all the symbols. This is like my elemental altar back here. I've got air, fire, earth, and water all back there. I think you can see the little jar of water if you look really, really close. We've got the angels and the feathers representing the air. We've got a big piece of selenite here. That's selenite. And then, of course, we've got all this, salts, these Tibetan salt lamps. And, um, and then what am I missing? I got earth, air, oh, fire, of course, tons of fire. So obviously, but so it's fun to really just take some big deep breaths and focus on those intentions for spring. What do we want to plant? What do we want to grow? Right. So I like that. All right. So we'll move on. I just wanted to kind of touch on in bulk a little bit, the different festivals. I think there's like 8 different kind of things throughout the year: spring equinox, fall equinox, things like that. So we'll talk about those as we approach those. But welcome everybody. So happy to have you here. Thanks for all the thumbs up already on the stream. It does help spread the Zen love, and I'm so grateful to have you part of that love tsunami. So we'll definitely um, be getting into everything here. Sorry, let me just update. There we go. Um, so if you're new to my channel or new to these readings, I normally don't blab as much. Well, not as much in the beginning, but I like to let you guys know what's going on as astrologically, if there's anything important or celebration, things we can make the most of the energy, because that just makes our path easier instead of harder. And that's what I do. Um, but welcome if you're new. If you're new to the channel here, we've got a great group of Zen friends, huge hearts and great senses of humor. Thankfully, it would be such a bummer if no one had a sense of humor. And so I love that you guys laugh with me and sometimes at me, and I don't care as long as you're laughing. I love to laugh. So you're so welcome. There's always room for more Zen friends. We can try to keep it a safe space, high vibration, high love vibration. So welcome, welcome. Um, if you wanna know how the whole process works, it's all down in the description area of the, video, and we do, uh, talk about, free readings are first come, first serve, and they're generally 1 to 2 card readings. Today, everyone's gonna get, with their reading, um a little card from the Rebel deck. Such Leo Aquarius energy, which is what we have going on right now. Leo full moon with Aquarius sun. So there's this wonderful rebel fire. So everyone's going to get one of those today. And then if you make a donation, I do honor and that, and I step out of the free readings and prioritize those. We dive deeper, meaning we get into more spill in the tea with Bretta Z. We pull more tarot cards. You also get a oracle card for a kind of fortune cookie to round it out. So you actually will get one from the we've got the Imbolc Seasons of the Witch. So for celebrating today, we actually have a specific deck for it. So we'll pull a card from there, and then you also get a Rebel deck too. So you get a little hors d'oeuvre along with your fortune cookie. Um, if you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description area of the video. I do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square. Don't have any set dollar amounts. So whatever you give from your heart, I know is what you're able to give right now. And so I do honor that. So, and I'm grateful for it. I know everyone's cost of living is different. The rate of exchange across the world is different. So um, thank you for those of you that donate. And I know not everyone can donate. So after 2.5 hours in, if I have not gotten to any free readings, I will step away from donations and do about 30 minutes of free readings. And then I go back and finish out donations. And then after I'm done with that, if there's any free readings left over after that, and if I haven't passed out, I will try to do as many free readings as that too, because I know that's why I'm here. I want to communicate messages from spirit for us. Yeah, I went over 6 hours last night and over 6 hours on Wednesday, but I'm energized and I feel good. And thank you guys. I changed my hours to where now I'm Wednesday through Sunday, starting at 5 p.m. Mountain Time. Used to have some morning sessions, but it was too. I needed to find more balance and be able to get on kind of a more consistent schedule with different things. So, thank you for your understanding and your patience with that. What else? What else? That's the big. Oh, at the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings and timestamps. So if you ever come back to the session later after you post your question, you can just look for your name. There it is. Click on that timestamp, takes you right to your reading. Boom, boom. So we're high tech here on the BZ channel. No, we're not. Um, we did have our giveaway every full moon and new moon. I do have a giveaway for a chance to win a 30-minute personal recorded reading or one of my energetic hedges. And today's winner earlier was Santa. I love that she changed her name to Santa Claus because I couldn't get her name right. It's like Sonia, I think. But I kept messing it up. I go, I'm nicknaming you Santa. She changed her entire channel to Santa Claus, and I love that. I saw that today. Even put, if you're watching Santa, it cracked me up because I saw your your um, banner you changed to like Christmas theme and everything. So I enjoyed that. I was cracking up. Anyway, so congratulations. I will tomorrow post another video for the new moon that's coming up on February 17th, which is a new moon solar eclipse and the first day of the moving into the fire horse for the Chinese zodiac. So I'm going to have at least one giveaway. Maybe I'll do something special. We'll see. We'll see what spirit ignites me when I'm creating the video and all the social media stuff that goes along with it. We'll see what we're going to give away. Yeah, so be on the lookout for that. So if you're subscribed, make sure your alarm bell is set to all notifications so you get notified when I put out the drawing videos. All right. What else? What else? Oh yeah, I was gonna say the Leo full moon. Of course, we're in right now. If you haven't checked out the video to make the most of the full moon energy, be sure to check that out. It talks about how to make the most of the 10 release kind of statement energies we can have, and then affirmations that can help replace that. Um, I don't mention in that video. I meant to, but I was like, if you want to know affirmations, this is what I did for myself. Maybe I'll do it in the next video when I put one out for the next full moon. I'll give some examples, but I just go affirmation for like creativity. And then it's really simple. I am creative, or creativity flows easily to me. And it's like, oh, I love it that you can search for affirmations on Google AI or wherever your choice is, but I love it. Anyway, so check that out if you'd like. And then just to update, I my hedge of health that I put out, it's one of my new energetic hedges, is still on sale, $35 instead of 50, all the way through February 12th. So if you want to take advantage of that, check it. And then also I do have a podcast called The Easier Path, and we'll have a new one coming out this week. So if you're interested, be sure to check out that link for the most recent one, but the playlist and all this information's down in the description area of the video. So if you're ever wondering something about what's going on my channel, if you look at the current stream and look at it has like the links to the newest drawings, the specials, the playlist, all that kind of stuff all down there. So blah, 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 blah. There you go. All right, everybody. So let's take a sip here. I'm going to do some shout outs and then we'll get started. So thanks for being here. I love you guys so much. Yum, yum. Cheers, cheers. All right. Let me make sure we got everyone on the list here. So we got Leslie. Hey, Leslie. Happy full moon to you too. Good to see you. And of course, Shanji. Good to see you here. I did get your Cash App. So let's get you added on up here to the donations. I mean, like timestamps there. Okay. So we got you there. And we got Deb Deb in the house. Hey, Deb Deb. You're in winter. Enjoy. Happy full Leo moon to you, too. We got Soul Child. Hey, Soul Child. Good to see you. Let me get you on the free reading list here. All right. And we have Jojo. Thank you for your, it looks like you have 2 donations here. So we will get you 2 on here. Oops. Try that again. There we go. So hello, hello. You're also over there in 0 weather in Celsius. We got Fairy Tale Nihal here. Hey, good to see you. And I do see your free question request. We'll put that in here. And then we've got Nelia Medeiros times 2 for donations and a free question. So we got you on there as well. And then, of course, back to JoJo. So I'll give everyone an update on where we're at on donations as far as the order in which it is, in case you're watching right now. So we've got Ashish Balkaran. I got you on the free list. Hello, hello. And we've got Bonita. We got you on the free list here. And Gene XO. I always like saying it that way because it's like you're an X-Men. I don't know why. It just feels like super cool. And then we got Maria P. I got you on the free list here as well. Hello, hello. And Brenda Globy. Good to see you. We got you on the list here. And Kat Mia. Meow, meow. We got you here as well. Good to see you. And then let's see here. I think, Johanna, your free reading is actually I think you have like, that's the one you did a donation for, right? If not, you can let me know if you're here. I'll get you back on the free list if that wasn't the case there. And then Eagle, we got Eagle. Hey, hey, that was like earlier this morning, so you might not be here right now. You might be asleep if you're on the other side of the world. All right, so I think I've got the list here, and we will dive in. So I'm going to be using this Pastel Dreams Tarot. Again, I used it last night. Since we're still in fire energy, and these have really bright, vibrant yellows and reds, like that fire energy. So, and I'll get this Rebel deck out here. We got all this. All right. So let's shuffle up and get into it. So happy to have you guys here. I can't believe it's February 1st already. Here we are. My favorite month. It's my birthday month. That's why. All right. So we will jump in here for the first one. We got JoJo. You are up at 2333. There is your first timestamp. And I think you wanted a general reading here for that one. So let's take a look here. And all right, there we go. Explosion of cards. Let's see what else we've got here. They wanted these up here as well. And then just that one there. All right. What do we have happening? So, bottom of the deck, you do have the 6 of Swords that's coming in here. And the 6 of Swords, this is a change of mindset, but I feel like this underlying energy is about movement. And I do feel like it's about physical movement. So it can be, I don't feel like it's as small of a move as to another apartment or, a home or something locally. I feel like this is all about the schemes within schemes of getting you to move somewhere that you've been wanting to move to. And this is like they're bringing back a former reading that we did within like a week or so, I think, ago. It just feels like they're like, this is movement. It's all about movement. And I'm like, right, but it's a change of mindset, letting to go of some fears and some old ways of thinking to see things from a higher perspective, like from your dream perspective, from a short lifespan of 130 years, going, you know what? Why wait? What am I waiting for? This character all has a death scene at some point. Chop, chop. What are we waiting for? That's what I feel like they're saying. That's the bottom of the deck. You do have the Queen of Swords, which is like this dream come true energy, and the Lover's card too. Let me just do them both side by side since they did come out side by side together. And this is about a lover who is very compatible with you, with the Queen of Swords. That's, balance between head and heart. And with the Lovers card coming in here, I feel like on one hand, it's like thinking that, well, my love is here where I'm living now. They're here somewhere. It's like, no, they're not. You're the person that meshes with you and matches you and fits you like a glove is in this new location that you're moving to. So the love of your life is waiting for you to go there, but they're also not from there. I feel like you both move to this location. Um, so they're not there yet either. But Spirit's working on um, bringing about what you guys have wanted to do. And there's a big range of when you guys would meet, but there is this nudging to move, move, move. Even if it doesn't happen for a year, they're nudging you now to get you to that place where, like, all right, I'm ready to go. I'm tired of thinking about it. I'm going to do it. Because as we think about doing it, our fears come up. We work through our fears, and then we go a little further, and then more fears come up. We investigate and transition those fears, and then sooner or later, it's like there's nothing left that's keeping me from doing the move, right? Underneath all that, you do have the 6 of Wands. Yeah, here's that fire energy. This is movement again. I feel like it's right next to the 6 of Swords. So this is the path. This is the right path. The right path. And I was gonna say you're probably gonna get more sixes. You got the 6 of Pentacles. So you have all this these sixes coming in, and then the Magician. Yeah, you have everything you need within you to make your dreams come true. So I just feel like this is that energy of saying this is the path. This is the flow, and your energy is what allows you to go to it sooner or later. But there is a range. You will end up moving there one way or another, even if you get kidnapped by gypsies and are taken there. You're gonna end up moving with your will or against your will. Let's see what else they have here. Yeah, you do have the Nine of Swords, which is the only thing that's holding you back is you, this barrier that you feel is holding you from moving. And yeah, because you are the King of Wands. So here's all that fire. This is, all right, let me get out of my head and get out of away from all the expectations and all the rules and everything from everyone else and get into my heart and go, what's my heart's dream? Where does it want me to go? Right? I'm putting a plan together and I'm taking action for it. That's what the King of Wands is. I love that you go from the Nine of Wands to the King. What's been holding you back, and like nothing can hold me back. I'm the ruler of my kingdom. Nothing, no one can tell me no. I'm the one in charge. I like that. Beneath the surface, yeah, I feel like this is what you're overcoming. Some long-held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that are chaining you back. The Three of Swords, the fear of disappointment, the fear of failure, the fear of not being able to make it. There, you must not be moving to New York, right? That song, if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. So it's not New York, right? Right, Sean G. She's like, hey. And then you have the Four of Pentacles, which is about the solid. This is home energy, the change of home. So they're really bringing it into that, going, yeah, there's no doubt that this is what this is about. It's the four walls of the outside world. So this is where we go with that. So I feel like that's the overall message here for you. We'll see what your little rebel card says, as well as your Seasons of the Witch for Imbolc come in here. And let's see what we got here. Let me just put these cards back in here. I put them in separate places so that it's a more pure reading. They're not just the same cards keep on coming out together. And if they do, that where they were meant to. All right. I love these little they have the unicorn rebel. Like, don't try to tell me what to do. All right, let's take a look here. There we go. There's your card. So what does it says? Yeah, I like it. Relationships are complicated. People will hurt you. You will hurt other people. Keep your heart open way. So if you were like, "I don't care about finding this other person," they're like, "Oh, they're declaring BS on that." But I like that for you. And then for your Seasons of the Witch, and that's funny that they gave you that, your perfect compatible partner is over there, just saying. Let's see. Yeah, and then you got the house mouse, of all things, again, home, energy. So let's see here. Card 27. I can do it. Confidence, assurance, fearlessness. Says you know the things you're capable of, but are you confident in leaning into that belief? You can do it. Imagine how terrifying it must be for a humble little mouse to move through a house of giants. Furniture must appear to be like canyons, and pets must feel like monsters. Yet the mouse finds the courage to scurry along to fulfill his quest. This confidence is key when you've pulled the house mouse card, as you could be moving a lot faster in your endeavors if you're willing to put yourself out there. Courage, right? Leo, strength card energy. Leo full moon. Leo, your stellium. I think you have a stellium, or I know you at least have your north node and sun in it, right? Courage is often misrepresented as a lack of fear, when really it means being afraid of something and doing it anyway. If you believe in yourself, then others will also. You were thinking about New York? I'm gonna say, "Hey, Sean G, you need a roommate?" If your question is about the birth of a new project, love interest, or phase in life, then receiving this card is a good omen of a successful outcome. This card could also mean you're receiving a lot of attention and should make the most of it. However, on the rare occasion this card, it didn't fall in the reverse. Says, don't be afraid to continue to shine your light, but not so much that you burn those around you. I love it though. House mouse. House mouse. Oh, you're more of a California girl? Yeah, especially after minus degree weather, right? Well, they're both equally expensive. Well, probably Sean would probably argue New York is probably more expensive than California. I would agree. I would probably say so. All right. So that's for your first one, Jojo. And I didn't see a second question. So if you put it, YouTube's hiding it from me, just in case. But we'll circle back around for your number two here in a moment. All right. Let's me see a couple more shout outs and we'll get back into the readings here. I got Tim De La Jam. Hey, Tim. Happy full moon Sunday to you as well. Thanks for being here. We're glad to have you here. Dad hugs for all. All right, we got Livier Vagata in the house. Hey, Livier, good to see you. All right, and I got your free reading request. We'll put you on that little list here. We got Santa in the house. Hey, Santa, congratulations. You cracked me up too when I just before I went live, I saw your response to the email that you're going to do it from the couch. It's safer than the chair that you fell off of. It did give me a chuckle, so thank you for that. All right. Good to see you too, Olivier. So got all those. All right. So I think I've got everyone that has come in since then. And we will continue on here. So up next, we've got Nelia times two. So Nelia, here is your first one. And then we will circle back for number two. Oh, I did not give yours a love and a like there, Jojo. So sorry. There we go. Now we did. So this is for your Nelia. This one. What will Majid maybe think of you not sending him a birthday message, and how it makes him feel? What is he thinking? All right. Well, we'll take a look here and see what's going on with him. Let's take a quick sip here. Cheers to you if you're here. Yeah, I'm excited, Santa, that you chose a hedge of peace and love. Those are powerful. So I'm excited to get that started for you. All right. So let's take a look here. First of all, what is how does that make him feel, right? When I think of, oh, no, it was thinking. What is he thinking of you not sending a birthday card? And then how did it make him feel when he didn't get a birthday wish? And just what is he thinking overall regarding it? Okay, let's see what we got here. Yeah, he seems doesn't seem too bothered by it. With this on the bottom of the deck, we've got the King of Cups, which is the balance between head and heart, really just kind of balanced with it all. So um yeah, I don't see like they're really upset about things, but we'll see what else they have here. The feeling or their thinking is the first thing. When you didn't send him a birthday message, yeah, it's like he's in the emperor throne seat here. He feels like he's like the emperor of the world, and the 10 of swords, he's let go of expectations. He didn't have any expectations that you would with this here. It's like the 10 of swords is, I'm tired of trying to please other people and people disappoint me. I'm just not going to expect anything. If someone does something, yay. If they don't, they don't. That's the kind of energy that's here. And that matches this King of Cups kind of like, maybe before they would have had these stormy waters, but there's something about their thinking has changed where they're just more calm with it. Feelings, yeah, I mean, very big abundance, giving and receiving energy, wheel of fortune, everything happens for me energy. It just doesn't even feel here like they're um phased by it because this is this, all right, we're all good. Um Yeah, the Wheel of Fortune and the Emperor just feels very bright. They just feel like they're in this zone of things are going really well for them, it feels like. And they're like, not even like it's not even in their scope, it feels like here. What is he thinking? Yeah, Eight of Swords. Again, another kind of 10 of Swords, Eight of Swords are about letting go of mindsets and thoughts and beliefs and expectations, things that would have made me feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. It feels like they've let go of a lot of those things. Yeah, we got the Nine of Swords. We got the progression. Here's the 8, 9, and 10 of Swords. What's this last one? Yeah, and the Five of Wands. Friends, a lot of friends, hanging around with a lot of friends. So I just feel like they're not in this, keeping track and tabs of who is and who isn't wishing them, birthday wishes. They're just focusing on who's there, what's going on, and they just kind of let a lot of expectations go. I feel like in general, like in a lot of things, not just like towards you specifically, but it just feels like that's the kind of zone that they're in. So that is interesting, right? Um, Underneath that King of Cups, they do have the Death card, which is, this rebirth energy, and even the Seven of Swords under that. So we got 7, 8, 9, and 10 of Swords, which is a big change of mindsets and just going with the flow and enjoying what is kind of energy that's coming in. Maybe they started on some little gummies or something. Maybe they started taking some special brownies or something because they're just like, everything's fine. Everything's copacetic. All right, let's see what else they have to say here with the Rebel deck here first, and then we'll go in bulk one here too. So what is this here? Yeah, I like it. Stop. Whatever you're thinking about doing, don't. Now isn't the time. So if you're thinking, well, maybe I should do a belated one then. No, don't even worry about it. Don't worry about reaching out to him or whatever you're thinking of doing. Stop. Don't. All right. And then for your fortune cookie, for this one, let's see what else we've got here. Right here it is. And we've got Swan, card 41 that says, I am I am everything I seek, the one I meant to trust above all else to create one of the strongest loves within my lifetime. They're very turned inward. I feel like that's their energy too. Kind of a little bit of the journey you've been on as well, but I feel like this is a lot of kind of they've turned to themselves. Keywords are loyalty, romance, love, creating a strong relationship to self, which we knew that. So pulling the swan card is in a reading can mean one of two things. First is a beautiful connection to finding a life partner or a soul-like connection. Swans stay with one partner for the entirety of their lives, and if you went searching for an image of a swan, you'd be hard pressed not to come across two swans connecting in a heart-shaped embrace. Romance, love, and loyalty are the very heart of this card. So if your reading is about another person, then receiving this card's a good omen for a beautiful, loving relationship that has the potential to go the distance. I don't think that's the reading. Again, we're doing this, energy's focused on him. It's possible that maybe he's found a romance and that's why he doesn't care. The second meaning for the swan card, however, is all about you and the relationship you have with yourself. This card could be guiding you to find a deeper respect for yourself and see the great potential you have. Much like the mislabeled ugly duckling, you too have been misjudged or misunderstood, but the flawed opinions other people have about you will not change the remarkable person you were always born to be. You are destined for great things, but first, you need to fall in love with yourself and believe you are deserving of having what you want. Which meaning is for you, you might ask? Listen to your spirit. The first choice that comes to mind is the correct one. But I feel like this is their energy, because we were asking about how are they doing this? And I do feel like they're in this inner love search and possibly they found an outer love one, which seems like more. I feel like they've done some inner work, but I feel like it's more likely they have someone distracting them or something that they're really interested in the outside world distracting them where they're just not caring about anything else. So that's what I kind of feel is coming in there. Right. So that's for your first one there, Nelia. So thank you again for your dual donations. Let me just grab here, I think. Shanji, I see your free question. We'll grab you that here. And Tim De La Gem, a general for you too. We'll grab that in here. Boom, 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 please. All right. You're funny. There are many Santas, but you never know which one you're talking to the real one. That's funny. So you're saying just Santa. Thank you, Santa, for that slingshot. You're hilarious. All right. So I think I've got them all here. Thank you, Jojo. I got your question. So I got that one. All right. So 4410 is for your second one here, Nelia. Boom, boom. All right. And that one's up here. This is the little winky winky emoji. And so thank you for that and the donation. So what was Russ thinking while we talked on the phone early today because you were quiet uh, as you were annoyed with him? How will he react when I tell him next why I was upset because he didn't call me? All right. I am doing well. Thank you for asking. Hope you're doing well. Yes, that annoyance in relationships, always the fun thing, right? Let's see here. So, what was Russ thinking while you talked on the phone earlier today? I feel like this one too here. And then, how will he, based on current energies, how will he react when you tell him next why you were upset um, that he didn't call you? Okay. All right. And then let's see what else Spirit wants you to know around this too. I feel like there's a lesson to be learned in this wonderful situation. So they do want to have something to say, I'm sure, here. Bottom of the deck, you do have the Eight of Pentacles. The Eight of Pentacles is about, putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, of which relationships really require in order for them to transform into to a butterfly kind of energy, right? So it's part of a relationship to learn to communicate, right? And to, whenever we have conflicts arise, it's to, you know, communicate and talk through it. And I feel we'll see what spirit has to say over here, but I feel like this nudge of, one of the first things to do before we ever have a conversation, especially with an important relationship, is go, before I bring up anything, what I need to understand why I got upset. They didn't upset me. Their actions um, brought in the weather that I had a trigger within myself go off. They didn't trigger me, I was triggered. And so it's important for us to take like responsibility for our emotions, our triggers, and those things. Because people will say things and not say things, do things or don't do things, like call or whatever. And it's not personal until we make it personal with our story, till we have an expectation that you are supposed to do this. And if you don't, that means you don't care about me, or we have some sort of stories that are going on there that then our emotional soundtrack gets applied to that, and then we get upset because really we get silent, because that's the flight in fight or flight, right? We get quiet. That's what I would always do. I'd get quiet. I wasn't a fighter. I was you know, and I'm Aquarius too. They say if an Aquarius goes silent, oh, hell, because we don't, it's not revenge, it's silence, right? It's like when you go quiet, they people should be like, "Uh-oh, oh god." Not that you're an Aquarius, but I feel like that's the energy, because you're not usually a fighter, you're more of a withdrawer till it gets to a point. There's a certain line that we ignite, and then we do fight, but, there is this quietness here, and it's good to understand that. A great book, that I've been, finished reading, and I posted that defensive, podcast that I put out, but it's the Next Conversation, by, Fisher. I forget his name. It's not Anderson. Why do I think it's Anderson Fisher? It's something Fisher. Anyway, if you look at that podcast, I have it listed there. Um, Jefferson Fisher, I think. Anyway, but it's really important to realize, if I don't wanna go in trying to win, going, I want them to apologize and admit they did wrong, and because I need to win. If we go in with curiosity and truly wanting to communicate, it's a different approach than an attack, and, we need to talk about what you did wrong. That's not gonna it's not gonna be a, conversation, because 'cause they'll shut down and they won't hear a word you say after we point a finger. That's what we do as humans. As soon as we get a finger pointed at us, walls go up and we're like, "La, la, la, la." We're not gonna have communication, we're gonna have an argument. Alright, but that's just the bottom. Let's see, here, you wanted to know, when you and Russ were talking on the phone, what was he thinking? So we've got here, we've got Leo, and I got Leo energy today too, a full moon, so emotions are flying high. So I feel like with this Leo energy, there was fire. There's a lot of that that's happening here with, that energy here, um, today, of course. And lovers, yep, thinking about how much he loves you. And also the King of Swords, really in his head, kind of here's Aquarius energy, King of Swords, which is they were not feeling, but more kind of analyzing and thinking about things. But yeah, this doesn't feel like they were like, uh-oh, or anything like that. It kinda just feels like they were focusing on, my relationship with you is important and, analyzing things in their head. But, this Leo energy just has everything amplified, so the silence was really, really loud, and in a sense too, there's this, um, we're not children in a relationship, we're adults in a relationship, and so I feel like this King of Swords is like they're also the master of communication. They were wanting to communicate and talk, but we'll punish other people, right? When we're in fight or flight, it sounds like punishment because I'm giving you the silent treatment on the phone to punish you. That's what a little child does, right? And so that's what we do when we're in fight or flight mode. You didn't call, this means this about me. So now I'm out of my, you know, adult, intelligent, compassionate, loving side, and I'm in my 2-year-old with my pet hissing cat, right? Round the little ninja, you know? So it's like, all right. But I feel like he was walking lightly. I feel like he did want to communicate, but it appears that from their perspective, you didn't want to communicate. You wanted to punish him and give him silence is where he was coming from. I feel like that's what he was going through his head. Could be that that's what used to happen when he was younger too, is people would give him the cold shoulder to punish him, not, um, which is not a really a healthy thing to do to children. It's sitting them down and talking to them and working things out, understanding where, where are you coming from, little one? Why did you choose to hit that other kid over the head with your Tonka truck? you know, not you out of your room and you think about what you done and slam, right? It's like, but how we were probably punished when we were young is how we tend to punish others because it's our inner child punishing others, right? Interesting. All right. So, how will he react when you tell him why you were upset? Yeah, Page of Swords. He does really want to communicate. He wants to seek to understand here. So I do feel here with both the King and the Page of Swords, he wants to communicate and understand. Judgment card. He does want to see things from a higher perspective, from your perspective. He wants to understand it. And the Ace of Wands. Um, Depending on your energy, again, that this Ace of Wands tells me if you go about it with the pointy finger, that's gonna ignite them, right? That's gonna, you know, activate their fight or flight, and then they are going to either if they're a fighter or a fleer, they're gonna do the same thing, right? They're gonna react, and we don't want a reaction, we want communication and response, right? And And I love that's why that's such a great book. If anyone has a chance to take a look at it, um, it's, the next conversation, it's communicate more, argue not it's not argue less, but it's communicate more instead of something else, or it's argue less and something else, but, it's a great awareness to get curious about why someone did what they did or didn't do what they said they were gonna do, or said what they said or didn't say what we thought they should, and and then it's getting to understand each other, and then explaining how it's I statements. It's I felt this way when you didn't call. I was scared, I was afraid. Not you made me feel this way. It's like when I didn't get a call from you, I was concerned, first of all, that something happened to you, and then, of course, my mind started spinning off, and then I thought this and this and this, and that's me for mine to deal with, but, you know, I'm just where are you coming from? What's going on with you? It's communication, not accusations and, throwing up each other's emotions on each other, blaming each other for each other's emotions. Not that you do all this, but I feel like this is important for all of us to know. That's why they're telling us this. But so I feel like overall, their response, if we go in without accusations, is they want to understand and they want to communicate. But if we accuse them, then there's just gonna be fire. Let's see, what was this extra message from Spirit here? We got the 9 of Cups and the 5 of Swords. That's hilarious. And what's this other one? And the Ace of Cups, yeah. So, we've got, the dream come true. We think sometimes that it's always, the dream come true has no conflict. Nope. Conflict is part of it all. Arguments and disagreements are part of the dream. There's never a dream that comes true without any conflicts, anything that needs to be worked out. The blood, the sweat, the tears of the 8 of Pentacles is there because it takes that. Um, Nothing usually is just handed to us, because then we don't appreciate it either. Something quickly built and quickly gained, we lose interest in fast too. Underneath all that, you do have the Ace of Cups, which is our self love. Everything is always pointing us back to our own heart. And so when we have difficulty with someone in a relationship, we can ask ourselves, the thing that I want to point my finger at someone else, remember that there's always 3 fingers pointing back at us. So, it's not like they didn't like, if we're upset because they didn't call, it's not like, "Well, I called them, so how is this about me not calling them?" No, it'd be, that's always one thing we look at is, "How does this rate? How do am I not communicating with them when they want me to Oh, yeah, well, that makes sense just now. Thank you, spirit." Sometimes I'm the last one to know things here. Um But that's kinda how they felt when they called you to talk to you, even though it wasn't at the time or whatever, when you had the conversation in the morning, they wanted to communicate with you then, and you weren't communicating with them. So you were doing to them what you felt they did to you in a way. At least that's the way they felt. Um, but how are we not communicating with ourself? In this situation, how am I stepping out of my self-love and um, requiring something from the outside world, right? That I need that in order to feel loved. And our self love is going, what? Am I chopped liver? I am all you need. Why are you thinking you need that? So that's how we're, way maybe, or whatever resonates with you. But there is that kind of energy there. Interesting. All right. That one kind of deep, I know. You might have to listen to that a couple times. All right. Let's see here. What is the rebel card here for this conversation? Oh, wow. Conversations can be healing or harmful. What? Venting equals healthy, gossip equals you. And that's, talking with other people. And that'd be if you're venting, to someone and let them know that you're venting. But like this conversations can be healing, meaning I want to talk about what happened if you're available. I want to share what I was going through and talk it through with you, not accusations. It's going to be healing instead of harmful, which is the accusations, what we're talking about. Interesting that that's the card that came out. And then Seasons of the Witch, your fortune cookie for this one is Brigid's Doll. Card number 11. Thread by thread, I weave my desires, working as one with the source of creative power. All right, let's see here what this is about. Keywords are good favor, happy life, increased finances, and creativity. Hey, we'll take it all. During ancient times, fertility dolls were crafted in honor of the goddess Brigid and placed in small beds near the home hearth to welcome good luck, herald light, and of course, encourage fertility and growth. Receiving this card suggests fortune has entered your orbit and can indicate a prosperous and joyful time ahead. May also suggest financial stability and a happy home. For a reading about career, this card can mean a promotion, likely with a significant pay increase. In a reading about love, this card can mean a harmonious relationship in which both partners are supported and nourished. In general, this card represents a happy life that seems to be blessed by the goddess herself. So, receiving this card is a good sign that beneficial favor will be with you for some time. So, enjoy this cycle as happiness tends to attract more happiness. Projects started in the coming weeks are likely to have long term success, and any new people entering your life have the potential, for soulmate connections. Uh oh. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, I have my little alarms. I forgot I set my alarms for reminding about gratitude, coming back to gratitude. So I like this because there is this joyfulness and this wonderful where you both feel equally supported. So, we can sometimes forget that other people are also looking for love and support. And we can kind of ask ourselves, all right, where did I not feel loved and supported in this situation? And then where do they need love and support? Because I want to be able to, you know, um, see things clearly to make sure that I'm giving what I think I'm supposed to be receiving too. And it's good. It's good, healthy energy there. So I like that growth energy is what really stood out there, that it's growth. And that's the blood, the sweat, the tears we grow through. But if we're looking to win in a conversation and not looking to heal and communicate, it's going to hurt the relationship instead of heal it. It's going to stunt the growth instead of encourage the growth in the relationship. So hopefully that helps, Nelia. That's a lot, I know, but that's what they have for you. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donations. Much love to you. All right. So let's see here. Okay, so you changed your question up there. I got it. And I don't think anything else. So up next, we do have JoJo's second one, and then Sean G will be up after that. So JoJo 10250 is for your second one here. Boom, boom. Move that over here. All right. So you want to know, why did it feel so overwhelming with your family today? I've got 3 words for you. Leo, I guess more than 3 words. Leo, full moon. Sun from the moon. Okay, how about, eclipses coming up in a couple weeks? Because we start feeling full moon, energy, most people 3 to 4 days before and after, some people weeks before, like a week or 2 before and after. But eclipses, we can feel 4 to 6 to 8 weeks in advance. So there's a lot of this change energy. There's a lot of star stuff going on anyway. But outside of all that everything, that's why it felt so overwhelming. um because everything is magnified, like boom, 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 with all this energy just added on top of one another. It's just like so many things that are happening. It's crazy. That this is and we got that fire horse energy getting ready to activate, and we're in the last of the snake, the last couple of weeks where the snake is getting off the tough parts, that were sticking, and it kind of rips the skin a little bit because it's still sticking, but they're ready to get rid of this old skin. It's the last piece that's sticking to them, and they're like, ugh, let's get it off me. Rip. So it's a little bit more of like ripping off a band-aid energy. But let's see what else they want you to know here about why did it feel so overwhelming? And what else they want you to know there? All right. Because you knew you're leaving home? No, I'm just kidding. Here's the 4 pentacles. You got that in your last one here. This sense of home, this sense of stability. It's interesting that that would come up here, but the 4 pentacles is about, how you define your worth, and when we get drawn out into defining our worth by relationships with humans or situations or things, then we can feel unstable. And if you haven't been hanging around with them a little bit, um, sometimes we start getting our independence, feeling like we're an adult and we're defining ourselves by, different things. When we hang around family, we almost revert back into our inner child where we kind of get sucked back into feeling like we're small, feeling like we're, you know, fear of punishment, fear of, this, we kind of, our inner children kind of activate a bit more when we do that, right? Yeah. You never think you ever see them again, or you don't want to ever see them again. Maybe this is like, you're like, another reason why I wanna move away is absence makes the heart grow fonder. Well, bye, everybody. Took it for granted that I'd be here to pick on all the time, but bye. Yeah, but then you do. Alright, let's see what else we have. You have, like, 2 sets of 2 with a card underneath. Almost looks like 2 people, 2 eyes and a mouth, 2 eyes and a mouth. Yeah, I really don't wanna hang out with them. The first one here, yeah, you got the 7 of Wands and the Sun. Wow. Yeah, so here's this energy of I just wanna be true to my authentic self. I just wanna shine bright. I don't wanna dim my light. I don't wanna ask, like, is it permission to shine? I don't wanna have to defend my choices, and I feel like that's why it feels so restrictive. And here's Leo energy again with the Sun card, Leo. So they're saying here it felt so big, not just because it's a full moon, but because it's your full moon, your Leo sun full moon energy, right? And you're wanting to shine, you want to be bright, but when you're around them, you feel like they're pulling you back. They're trying to dim your light, or you have this feeling like you're supposed to dim your light. Underneath the surface of that, yeah, the Ace of Swords. It's like there's this clarity that comes in here. This feels like a sword that stings and that they try to, I don't know, it's like, lure you into fighting and but your mother's birthday. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, and so there is this, this pulling in, this, piercing with the swords, pick kind of energy that feels like it comes in with that. Below the surface, and you're learning, you're seeing things in a bigger way, and you're just ready to not be in that situation anymore. Um, you don't wanna be a child anymore, you wanna be an adult. Yeah. Um, and so there is this, I wanna be true to me, and I wanna shine bright, and I don't wanna have to do this, and you don't. The whole thing is that you get to choose how you interact with others. Um, really, and I talk about this book a lot because he's so good. If you even just follow him on Instagram, Jefferson Fisher is his name. Now that I'm mentioning it, his book, The Next Conversation, is an amazing book, but he's got a great um he also has a podcast, but, his, Instagram, he shares a lot of stuff, and it's just, like, little tidbits, even they're short little things where you look at it and go, "Oh my god." Like, the one I just saw a couple of days ago, he said something like, "It's really we're really surprised when we realize you don't have to answer anyone anything." You're like, "What?" If someone says something, you don't have to respond. Silence. And then, or, there's different ways he talks about how to deal with, this type of conversation, this type of statement. And it really helps because this is good practice for when you get into the biz and you deal with people because you're going to deal with all kinds of people. So it's good practice to learn how to stand up for yourself in a polite way, but to have boundaries with people too, right? Yeah, right. That's right. I'm not afraid of death, so what's the worst they could do? And then you're just like, yeah, why am I letting what they have to say bother me? But obviously, um, it's like the post I did today. If someone tells you that your green shirt is blue and they think your blue shirt is ugly, and you're like, but I'm wearing green. It doesn't bother you because you're just like, well, what's wrong with them? But if they say stuff that we feel they're attacking our worth, and if we don't know our true worth, then that's what upsets us. And it's a good nudging for us to look at our self-worth. When someone says something that really shakes us, it means we wanted to be shaken so we could see that kink in the not in the armor, but this thing in um uh, whatever this belief that's bubbling down below the surface we don't realize is there until they say something and bleh, there it is. And you're like, oh, hold on here. I didn't realize this was there. Oh, that's very cool. Oh, you did see that. I love that. So I like that, going, yeah, they're in their own little world, where green is blue, and that's all right. You okay, that's cute, you know? Let's see what this other one is here too. Yeah, the Knight of Wands. It's fast moving. There was a lot of fire energy, and here's the Fire Horse and the Knight of Cups, so there was a lot of emotional movement, a lot of, fire that was with it, and underneath the Six of Pentacles. Yeah, this, um Um, I talk about the overgiving and the codependency energy of, when you were younger, you felt you gave so much and got so little, and then now you have this, um, you've been working on changing this rate of exchange to one instead like you have to give so much and deserve so little. But there's something that happens here, like with the Six of Pentacles, it just reminds me here because it's like, yeah, we become little children again when we're around our parents and even older siblings sometimes. They look at us and think of us as the little children and they treat us like it and they forget that we're adults and that we're not the same as we were before. But there's something that nudges us and kind of our little inner child kind of activates and we go like into a fetal position under the dinner table. Maybe not that extreme, but there is this, kind of energy that's there just to be aware of that when I'm around them, I feel like I'm being invited to be confined to being the little child, you know, instead of being honored and respected for the adult that I am. But it has nothing really a whole lot to do with us, right? Because they're all their actions are about the fears. If they're not giving love, then they're crying out for love. And so all the things that people say that are kind of come across as harsh um, because it's not loving, it's out of fear. And when someone's expressing fear, our inner child goes, "Huh, what?" It's like when one dog barks, another dog starts barking because it's like, oh, something to bark at. Our inner child's like, ooh, fear. I'm supposed to be in fear too. Walls up, and unless we are in a space of unconditional love energy and sitting in that place of self-love, then we're just in a bubble going, "What? What's happening here? I'm alright. I feel safe." So, interesting energy. One of the, affirmations, um, that I put down for my, full moon, had to do with I wanna have a stronger relationship with my inner children, and I was like, one of the affirmations when in relationship to our inner child is, "You are safe with me." So saying that to our inner children, "You are safe with me." That's beautiful, right? So I like that. Oh, yeah. So your body, your mind sorry, let me read this. It says your body, mind, and heart equals your choice. So your body, your mind, your heart, your choice. Your life, your choice. But be mindful that your choices can affect others. So I like that, it's like, yeah, but um, some people don't realize that whatever they're doing is making it harder or easier for people to choose love or fear. Then your fortune cookie is snowflakes. Every moment is a sacred gift, a blessing you shouldn't take for granted, right? That might be the last time you see them. The gypsies are coming for you. Is there a knock at your door? You're coming with us. Keywords are enjoying life, not missing special moments, and not taking things for granted. Says this card is here to question whether or not you have made time to enjoy the fruits of your labor. The thing to ask yourself when receiving this card is, what have you been missing out on lately? Is it time with family and friends? Or perhaps you can't remember the last time you actually enjoyed a meal rather than rushing through one. Take note of your first thought and make an effort to nurture this area of your life. What comes to mind when pulling this specific card is no accident and requires your attention. You might be thinking there's time for that later, but be mindful not to take things for granted. You might bail on a friend one too many times or miss the chance to see the glaciers before they're gone for good. I think that's what we're going to call your family now, the glaciers, the cold ones. They're melting. They're not going to be around forever. The only sure thing you can count on is that things can change in an instant. This card warns you that you're in danger of overlooking something very important. It may seem small to you, but it could make or break your relationship or chance with someone else. You're like, I'm okay with that. I'll take that chance. All right. But that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings. uh, Too funny. All right. Thank you again for your donations. Many blessings to you, my friend. Stay warm over there. All right. Let's see. We had Faith and Love come in. Hey, Faith and Love. I do see your free reading here. Let's grab that. Get it on the list here. Get some more space on this thing. There we go. All right. And we got Shirai. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Absolutely. And do you have a specific question or did you want a general reading there, Shirai? All right. You're very welcome. All right. Let's see. We did have here. So here is, let's see, I got a PayPal that came in here. Let's see. What time did that one come in? 5:16. All right. Okay. So Maria P, I do got your donation via the PayPal. Whoops. Let me grab your name correctly. There we go. And then, hey, Marissa. Thank you so Marissa. Yeah, Marissa. Good to see you. Let's see here. I think that's probably you here will be the second PayPal. Yes, it sure is. All right. So let me grab this here. Boom, boom, boom. So we have Sean G up next, and then Maria P, and then Marissa is where we're at for those. So take a sip and we'll dive back in. Cheers, cheers, everybody. The little cold one, Jojo. Yeah, you guys have it cold over there in Estonia, huh? Yeah, I know. Oh yeah. I was just thinking Moonlight, I think, is up. I think they're northeast. No, west is this way. Northwest of you. I think over in like Norway and all that. So they are minus degrees, even colder than you are probably. It's like, all right, let's get back in. All right, so Shanji, thank you so much for your donation. Let's get your timestamp here first. Boom, boom. So thank you for the donation. Let me mark that here via Zcash app. And you wanted to know, well, that's your free question. Up here is your one. So you've been working out. I started working out. I'm all sore. I love it. And watching my eating. And I still haven't weighed myself because I don't want to get stuck on numbers. Yeah, it's so true. How am I doing with your body goals? Are you on track to reaching your birthday goals? Yeah, we'll take a look here. Yeah, my doctor recommended that I get one of these. Um, it's these scales, and you can stand on them. You hold this bar, and it measures your muscle mass and all this other stuff. Because they were like, weight is like like your BMI, whatever, is a number, but um, because like my weight wasn't changing, but my muscle is increasing and my fat is decreasing, but my weight is staying the same. So it's like it's a lie. Because at first you look at it and go, oh, but then when I look at the other numbers, I'm like, oh wow, they are going. The one I want to go down is going down, and the one I want to go up is going up. And I'm like, well, this is good. So it's a good, uh, a more accurate measurement of change, right? So I like that. So let's take a look here. Are you on track for your birthday goals? How are you doing with it? Let's see what Spirit has here for you. All right. Yeah, we got the Four of Pentacles. So Four of Pentacles is a solid foundation kind of energy. It's also a message of how we define ourselves. If we define ourselves by, the three buckets of the outside world, we feel unstable because all those things are. And body and things are one of the things that we are, one of the buckets that we're taught to define ourselves by. Our body, our possessions, our income, our money, situations like jobs, education, social status, things like that, or relationships with people, friends, family, lovers, whatever. But all those things are unstable. And so the Four of Pentacles is a nice reminder for us all that all that stuff is unstable. And so if we define ourselves by it, we don't feel that stability we're looking for. Everything points us inward and upward to where when we find how priceless we are, rooted in the eternal unconditional love of the higher realms, that's the only stable thing in this realm. And when we look to our worth there, then things change in the outside world to match that inner pricelessness. But when we're looking to the outside world to define us, we feel all over the place, right? So it's a good reminder. Let's see here. Are you on tune for your goals here? Six of Wands. Yeah, that is movement. Changing of mindset is important because that's moving you from um, choppy waters to calmer waters. So moving you from one weight or body belief to another body belief, either or maybe both, a mental change on how you feel about yourself, but also which creates a physical change in your body too. We have the Queen of Swords and the Two of Cups. Yeah, this is about a balance between your head and the heart. And the Two of Cups, I feel, is about this relationship between your head and your heart as well. And because it's in a way, this is like saying that the love you were looking for is you, and loving your body. I feel like this is the relationship to your body too, about whatever I put into my body. Um, isn't because I'm depriving myself and I've got to do this and I got to do that. It's I'm doing these things because I love you. Like I started walking and everything um, for the health of my body, and I'm like I'm doing this not to whatever get to look a certain way, whatever. I tell my body I'm doing this because it will make you healthier and I love you. And when we really have that, and then when I'm going to eat something, not always, I try to go, this is either poison or it's medicine. What am I going to do to my body? And, um, so it's like, am I doing loving things toward my body? Then that's what I'm caring about. But a goal and like I have to have something by my birthday because I want to look good in a swimsuit, I think is what you said. It's like, but why? I want to look good for me or I want to look good for other people. Because if we're doing it for other people, that's when we're like, ugh. But when we're doing it for ourselves, that changes everything. Right. Let's see what else. But you have the sun, the 5 of cups. Yeah. You're like, the sorrow of being in the sun. You're like, I don't wanna feel bad about myself when I go out into the sun in my bikini. You're just like, well, that's our power of emotional choice. Um but there's something deeper here because the sun here, Leo energy, um, this does, especially with the sun card itself, points me to the inner child energy. So there's something, below the surface to look at here too. Yeah, especially when you get the other Leo energy with the 3 of cups, with friends and joy and gatherings. Um, but I feel like you're you're on your way to this here, but the changing of the story really feels here with the 6 of swords, kind of going back to that where they were talking about changing your mindset towards yourself. It's changing the story as well, because the more loving we become with ourselves, the less we're in fear and the more our body works at its highest capacity too. If I'm feeling stressed and fearful, then I work against my body because when we're stressed, our body retains things because it feels like we're going to go into battle and it needs to keep everything to itself. Um, but it feels like you're moving in the direction there. But I feel like there's more uh, to it all, and that's why there might be some challenges that pop up here and there because this is about a change of looking at your body in a different way, and I like that. Let's see what your fortune cookies say here. So first, we'll do the rebel deck. Let's see what we say here. What do they want you to know here? All right. Nope, none of those. Okay, that one. So you've got don't be stocky. That's funny. No, stalky, not stocky. You're like, I'm not stocky. Spend your energy on something or someone worth it. Don't go where you're not invited. Oh, interesting. And then let's see here. Your fortune cookie from the Imbolc. Happy Imbolc. I feel like they went this one. You got peppermint. Peppermint Patty. Card number 33. There's that Empress energy times 2, 3, 3. Clearing toxic relationships and behaviors. Take from me what keeps me held back, clearing myself from all that does not belong in the vision of what is to come. Says no one enjoys getting a cold or the flu as they can bring great discomfort and pain that prevents you from experiencing the joys of life. Of course, it's better to take measures to prevent sickness, but sometimes it creeps up, coming from an unexpected place. Despite your best efforts, it can't be avoided. When you're sick, it's important to seek healing options to clear away the toxicity or infection that's caused the illness. You could let it run its course, but that could also lead to long term effects or worse. You can also have an infection of the heart or soul, and it comes in the form of toxic relationships, self sabotaging behaviors, and spiritual bypassing. The peppermint card comes to your reading to warn you that the person or situation you've inquired about is harmful to you in some way, and you should take steps to remove them from your life or at the very least, reduce their influence on you. Even if your past experience with this person or behavior has been positive, receiving this card is a sign that circumstances have changed for the worst. You can choose to take a passive role and see how things unfold, but consider the impacts such a decision might have on your long term well being and whether it's worth the risk. Interesting. I feel like that resonates for you in some different ways. And I'm going to let you sit with that. All right. So that's what they got for you, Shanji. Thank you again for your donation. And keep going, girl. All right. So, Jojo, thank you for your additional donation there. All right. Thank you, Shirai. I got your specific question. I will replace that on there. All right. Very good. All right. So let's take another sip. We'll continue on here. Cheers, everybody. Chug, chug, chug. All right. So, Maria P., you are up 131.33. All right. Let me try that again. There we go. So there is your timestamp, and then you're over here in the PayPal. Let's scroll down to your questions. All right, let's take a look here. So you want to know Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Let's see what's going on here. So thoughts, feelings. Then he said he's having drama with his son. What is that about? Anything on the dark side updates? Is he missing you? All right, let's try that again. Is he missing you? His thoughts on your relationship. We'll put that underneath there. Your work week for you. A message from Wally to you. What's coming towards you? Put that one there. All right. So Wally's thoughts. Yeah, Eight of Pentacles, putting in the work, the thoughts, the beliefs, the actions, all that, doing the blood, the sweat, the tears to get things going. And so his thoughts around you today are, I need to get, I want to do the work. I want to, get through these things to create where I'm wanting to go kind of energy. So it's really the thoughts are geared into activities in the physical world to try to bring things to fruition more and more between the two of you. The feelings, I mean, we have Wands energy, so there is action energy here, but there's also their feelings are passionate. They really are, and that makes sense with a full moon, a fire full moon. They are turning into a werewolf. They want to devour you. You're like, whoa. So if you hear someone howling, just know that that's that's what's going on. Said he's having drama with his son. What's that about? Oh, yeah, there is drama. The drama card, 5 of Wands. He's not kidding. It really is there. And, there is this, yeah, just like there's a lot of drama going, a lot of fire. I feel like this has something to do with, um, it has something to do with finances, and I can just leave it at that. But that it definitely is there, going on there. But I feel like it's, he doesn't wanna go into it because 'cause I'm like, "Do you wanna reveal this?" And they're like, "No, this doesn't need to be revealed." Just know that it's true that he is having drama and stuff going on with them there. Sorry if you guys hear the "bam, bam, 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 bam." The dog has a bone on the hardwood floor upstairs. Um, dark side updates. Yep, the Hierophant, trying to see things from this higher perspective. It is the major kinda number of change. So they are trying to look at what can be done, to make these changes and how to get things um moving and going. So I feel like um they're in that stage of trying to make big changes, but it's a lot of it is trying to see things and trying to find different ways for solutions. So I do feel like they're working on that. Is he missing you? And we got the star card, dream come true energy, so that would be a yes. They are definitely, um, that would that's like, you know, saying that the way you're hoping they feel about you right now is how they're feeling about you right now. His thoughts on the relationship, yeah, this balancing, and this is the Justice card. This is they, Libra, which rules the house of relationship. So how do they view it? They're doing it a lot from their mind, and I feel like they're trying to balance things. They're trying to see it from a higher perspective and trying to, you know, it makes sense with all this little stuff that's going on. They're really looking into their mind of how can I work everything out kind of energy. Um, they're almost looking at the relationship as a task right now. Just because it's the thoughts and they're looking at what are all these things to solve. They're not looking at like the emotions between you guys are something that needs to be solved, but they're looking at more of the okay, what are all the challenges of the things that I need to work through, that we need to work through, that we need to get through, that I need to have happen. So they're really caught up in that. But there's a lot of fire going on here too with this full moon. So that's, just know that every emotion is expanded really big. Your work for you, you've got the Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, the wheels of fate are turning. It's always for you. Um, so it feels positive. It feels good. It feels like there's something spinning and turning there. But this Wheel of Fate, I keep on getting that. Since they started talking about that there's something bigger and better for you out there, they're just going, things are turning, to encourage you to find that thing that is what you want to love and what you want to do, right? So we'll leave it at that. Because they're like, what we've been saying, this is what's happening. It's going good here, but it doesn't fill you up. And I feel like there's something more for you somewhere else that makes you like feel joyful about it. A message from Wally to you. Yep, the 9 of Wands. Perseverance. Persevere. Don't give up. We'll get through this energy. And what's coming towards you. Yep, sorrow. Well, 5 of Cups is the sorrow card, but it is also the power of emotional choice. And I like this because you have an opportunity that comes up of you can choose disappointment, you can choose a lower vibration emotion if you want. There's no right or wrong emotion. Just know it brings us different experiences and different outcomes. And it doesn't feel like something major or anything like that. It's just this change energy of emotion and that pops up especially right now with our emotions so expanded because of this full moon, fiery full moon. If I have expectations I'm focusing on, if someone doesn't live up to them, I might choose to be very upset about it. They didn't call me like they were going to do. They're over there doing whatever over there, and then we start reacting and blow things out of proportion. And then drama, we create drama because of our reaction instead of our response. To choose, I'm going to take a big deep breath. I'm not going to respond. I'm going to step back. I'm going to look at this and go, why am I reacting this way, etc. Right. All right. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your rebel card is here first. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Like, just focus on your chores. Chores are the worst, but you don't want a smelly life, so go do laundry. It's funny though because this goes back to the 8 of Pentacles. We have to do the blood, the sweat, the tears, and sometimes that we can't just have this wonderful, relationship without doing the things to help a relationship be healthy. And it takes work to keep a relationship healthy because have to, um we don't have to, but we always are facing our triggers and our emotions and our reactions. So it's important. Your fortune cookie, you have Brigitte herself, the goddess, number 10. Mm. Just like the Wheel of Fortune. Let's see what this is here. May the serpent wake, bellowing with the rising flame and beckoning the wisdom that awaits your return. Keywords are many manifestations embracing all your parts and authenticity. So, Brigid, one of the most complex and beloved deities of Celtic mythology, is known by many names, including Brigid, Brigitte, Brigida, and Brigantia. Her lore is equally abundant. She's a goddess of fire and water and is connected with healing, craftsmanship, metalsmithing, agriculture, poetry, motherhood, children, life, and death. She's depicted as being many ages, having been known as each aspect of the triple goddess, maiden, mother, and crone. But to say she is one thing would be to diminish her beauty and power. Unlike many other pagan deities, she's one of the few to survive Christianity's attempt to erase her influence. Brigitte's appearance in your reading means it's okay to be more than one thing, to change your mind, or even be something to one person with a different thing to another. Who you are at work requires a very different person from who you are with friends. Who you were in the past does not have to be who you are today. This card validates your desire to take a different path, but also invites you to embrace all parts of who you are, giving each part of your personality room to shine when appropriate. In the rare event this card, well, it didn't fall in reverse, so you're okay. Yeah. Be true to yourself. Being true to yourself is your greatest power. Be true to your authentic self. That kind of really echoes more well, I mean, it's relationship too, but it really feel like it echoes the work thing, that it's following something that aligns more with your heart energy. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Right. Marissa Smith, you are up. Got 142.18 for you. Thank you for your donation via Z PayPal. Boom, boom. All right. And then let me see here. Did I have your question up here? Scroll, scroll. Oops, I think I went past it. Slow down, mouse. Oh, maybe I didn't. All right. Hey, Marissa. Let me see. Is it on your donation? It might be. Let me just check here. No, I do not see it there. So if you put it, let me just make sure it's not further up. But if you didn't put it yet, or if you did, I don't see it, which YouTube has been being secretive, trying to steal my friends away from me and keeping secrets between the two of you instead of sharing them with me. So I don't see one on here. So if you pop it down there, Marissa, then we'll jump to your question there, but I don't see one here yet. So let me get rid of that timestamp there. Let me just remove that just for momentarily here. And just for the sake of time, I'm going to jump to JoJo's third one here. So JoJo, you are 143.44. And that is all three of them there. And then you were wanting to know here, do you have a specific animal guide with it this time? It's funny that, funny, haha, when I was looking over my here, and I was like, oh, look, there's the animal apothecary cards. I bet someone's going to ask for an animal spirit question. And now I know there's cards right there with animals. So we'll see here. We'll use these. Whoa. So the cards explode here. All right. All right, there we go. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see. Who do you have here? Wow, I saw that there. You got a tiger. Claim your power. Roar. Let's see here. Oh, it's card 25. That helps. Thank you. Oh, I was right on it. There it is. So this is the tiger. Reminding of Tony the Tiger, right? They're great. So anyone face to face with a tiger instantly shifts into a state of respect for her prolific power. Tiger summons you to connect with your greatest power, to overcome yourself, to overcome your doubts, fears, insecurities, and illusions of the ego, and to use what we were talking about earlier, boundaries. So, this is amazing that this tiger is in your life specifically right now to help you with all of that energy of stepping into your regalness and to use boundaries of what you will accept from people and what you won't. While many of the animals in the apothecary deck ask you to be accepting of your emotions, when this card comes up, it means enough is enough. Tiger does not appear now with the feminine energy of allowing. This is the masculine energy of taking action and creating what you want. It is time to care more about the end goal than the heavy emotions that you're currently feeling. The action called for here is snap out of the illusion and get your thoughts in gear. Roar, rar. When you change your thoughts of the world around you changes. Get in control of your thoughts and transform the story you tell yourself. You are not your feelings, so stop mistaking them for your identity. Ooh, this is good. Shift perspective, conquer your emotions, and carve the life you desire. You can no longer submit to the identities and definitions that you once projected on yourself and others. It's time to move forward and initiate your power. Wow, this is so perfect. When you stand in your greatness like a tiger, you have nothing to prove, for you just are. True power is not dictated or enforced. It is an energy that magnetizes others to want to help you in your cause. Once someone has to prove and display their strength, they've already lost it. It's funny that tiger and the lion on the strength card. Tiger's medicine says stop playing the victim of circumstance. Your power is even greater than tiger's, yet you wallow in smallness and self pity. How strange is it that one with so much power is so blinded by it? You feel imprisoned by your circumstances, yet the only prison is the story you painted over your circumstances. Tiger's medicine is to wake up, get real, change your story, change your life. Wow. Claim your power. That is amazing. What a great card for all of us. Shazam. It's very much Leo energy. Leo the lion, Leo the tiger energy. So we can all glean from that. Yeah, take charge. It's time. And especially this fire horse energy that's coming up here that we're moving into. It's time for us all to do that. So I love that for you. Let's see what your fortune cookies bring in too. So you have the tiger in your life. I love that you knew to ask for that today. Yep, I like it. Believe in magic, myths, and mystical things. Life is full of mysteries. Yeah, believe in miracles, believe in magic, right? Hey, Marissa, I didn't see a question from you. So that's what I said. I'm skipping ahead to JoJo. Uh, and I was hoping that you would pop in so I could see if you wanted a general reading or if you had just you had a specific question. So if you put it out there, YouTube didn't put it. So if you want to put it now, you'll actually be next. If you ever want to throw it on your PayPal, there's a space in there where you can put your question there if you don't if you know it at the time, then it's right there, and I look there too, just in case, just for you, right? Let's see, you got Angelica is your one here, Jojo. Angelica the tiger, no. The bells have rung, chiming far and near. Underneath feathered wings, my dear, you have nothing to fear. Tiger, roar. I like it. So let's see here. You've got number 2 here. Guardian angel, help is on the way and protection. Says, rest assured that help is on the way and you are safe to move forward, knowing all will be well. You may have experienced and are wondering if you're unlucky or what you've done to bring these misfortunes into your life. From your perspective, it's easy to feel as though the universe is treating you unfairly, but spirit never sends more than you can handle. While you may not see it, there's always protection and help to hold you up and carry you to the next leg of your journey. And I just see this picture of this tiger carrying a leg in its mouth. This card brings good news. You're coming to the end of your struggles, so don't give up hope. Stay vigilant as you may receive an unexpected helper or message that could change everything for you. In the meantime, trust that your spiritual support team is removing obstacles for you. And if you're ever unsure of their greatest good, simply ask them to show you a sign to let you know the next correct step towards happiness. Have faith and confidence in your ability to overcome any challenge that is put in your path. Wow. I love that. All these cards, so perfect. They just all mesh so well together for you there. So I love that for you, Jojo. So thank you again for your multiple donations there. So I like that. Many, many blessings. All right. Make sure there's anyone else here. All right. And then we got Salama. Hello, hello. I got your free reading. I'll add you onto the list there too. Let's see. Jump over chase a few inches. Okay, yeah. So I have you on the free list. I'm still on donations, and then when I get to free readings, there's Salama. You're probably what? That's about 5, 10. Probably well, you're the at the bottom of the list right now of about 15 people. So we'll eventually get there. Great confirmation. I love it. All right. So thank you again. Absolutely. All right. So Marissa, thank you for your donation. I got 15309. So here is your timestamp here. And I don't know if you heard there. If you ever want to put your question on the PayPal, there's a space there when you're putting that in there. There's a place for notes or whatever that I get to see. If you ever want to do that too. Because like I said, if I get here, or if you, as soon as you make a donation, if you put your question in that as well, that way I won't, because if I don't see a question, I'll put the person, I'll keep going with other donations and even free readings until I hear, um, because I don't want to give a general reading if you have a specific question, which I'm glad because you did. So anyway, that's just for you and everyone. All right, let's take a sip and dive in here. You want to know, will you get the person you want the most? Ooh, all right. Let's take a look here. See, based on current energies, where you're headed. Yeah, sip, sip. Got to stay hydrated. Well, I mean, it's coffee, but got to keep the whistle wet. All right. Not that I'm whistling, but I'm doing a lot of talking. I'm doing all the talking, right? All right. Let's see what we got here. So, bottom of the deck, we do have the Four of Swords. Four of Swords energy, and it's an interesting energy. We'll see what's unfolding here because, of course, the Three of Swords is about expectations, and expectations equal disappointment. The Four of Swords is a very balanced energy, and they're resting because they're usually sleeping on the Ace of Swords. and the 3 swords are on the wall, meaning they kind of put the expectations off, and there's this, um, unexpected energy here, and this is the bottom of the deck, so this is the underlying energy. I'll check a look at these others, but the first energy that I'm really feeling here is that I don't feel like you end up with the one that you're thinking is the one you want the most, but unexpectedly, there's someone unexpected that comes in that you're like, "What? Wait a minute." You know? It's like I'm trying to think here, it's like I don't know why they're bringing pizza, but it's like if someone brings you a cheese pizza and you're like, "Oh, this is what I want." And then you don't realize that there's a super supreme meat lovers pizza that has and you're like, "What? We're bringing you this instead." You're like, "But, oh, wait a minute." You know? So it's like, "Whoa," kind of energy. So I do feel like there's someone else. We'll see here. You got 1 card and then 2 cards and then 3 cards and then 2 cards. So it feels like there's something building up that builds down, and I feel like we'll do that, and I'll do a when card here, once we get through these other ones here. So let's see what we have here. Yeah, we got the Ace of Wands. There is a new passion, so there is a new attraction that comes in that you're like, "Screw the cheese pizza, I want that." They're just like, "Whoa, there's no comparison." That's like cardboard, and this is even the one that you heat up that you buy at the grocery store that's on sale. This one's like a homemade one from, where's pizza? Italy? You're like, "Whoa." Alright. So let's see what else we have here. Yeah, we got the 9 of swords and the 5 of cups. And I do feel like, this comes when you're realizing with this other, the other individual that you're just like, yeah, the 9 of swords is this, it's like the nightmare and insomnia card, and you have the sorrow card. It's kind of like this disappointing energy and going, you know what? Yeah, they're not who I thought they were kind of energy. Even though I want them the most, you start to find out, wow, this isn't this what I thought I was seeing isn't what I was, really seeing, um, you know, kind of energy. So, which is building up to this, the bum bum bum. Yeah. So this is this major fire energy. And I feel like this is what it's building up to be here. Because you've got this block that's been there for a long time with this other individual. And then you have the Emperor and the Queen of Wands. And you're like, you know what? I feel like you're the Queen of Wands, you're fire. You've been wanting a King of Wands, but you end up with an Emperor of Fire instead. Wow, that makes so much sense what they were talking about earlier, the cheese pizza and the Supreme. This is like a queen who is like, well, I don't have a prince, I want a king at least. And but you end up with an emperor who rules over kings. So that's like a whoa, an upgrade. A king of fire would be nice. You're like, hey, that's compatible to me, but an emperor of fire, you're like, wow, So I love that this energy that's coming in here, and it makes sense that it's an ace of wands that comes in too. That takes you to, yeah, the 8 of Pentacles and the 2 of Swords. Yeah, it's the change of story. It's a decision that's made, and the 8 of Pentacles is, willing to go through that transformation to be able to move in this direction with this other individual. So let's take a look here. You wanted to know when here. So let's take a look and see what we've got here. All right. Yeah, all these cards fell out. This is the one that showed itself. So what do we have here? Yeah, the timing is slowly. You do have the world card though, which is beautiful because it's significant ending of one cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. And so this is, very much this change, this movement from one to the other. But the timing on the timing card does say slowly. It is Saturn, energy. No, I didn't realize this card was ruled by Saturn. But, what that means is that it's happening on purpose for you, and whenever we get a slow moving kind of card, when we're asking a timing question and things like that, it just means that it's being slowed down for us, not to torture us, though I know sometimes it can feel that way, but it's, given us the opportunity to for the other person to raise their vibration, but for us also to raise our love vibration by letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve us anymore, emotions that don't serve us anymore, um, energy that doesn't serve us anymore, and even things in our life that don't serve us anymore. And we're letting go of those expectations and those thoughts and those beliefs, those things that make us feel restricted and blinded and bound and trapped and small, and then that allows us, instead of doing what we've done before and getting what we've always gotten, that's when we end up with an emperor instead of a king, and we're like, "Whoa, it was worth it." And that's what that 8 of Pentacles, it's worth the blood, the sweat, the tears to get it. It's worth the wait to get there, because I want my energy to be higher love. I want their energy to be higher love, and then we're drawn together, in this amazing relationship. So it's gonna be like, I just feel it's gonna blow you away, because it is. It's like you're like, "I really want a flight to, Hawaii, and I'm so excited. The one I'm gonna get, this is the one I think I want. It's 3 stops, from here to this port to LA, and then I catch a flight from LA to Hawaii. That's the one I want." And someone's like, "We have a direct flight first class." You're like, "What? I will take that any day," instead. It's that kind of, like, no comparison kind of energy, which if you're like, "I think this person's amazing." You ain't seen nothing yet, baby. This what your fortune cookie says here too. So we got a rebel card here for you first. Yeah, and, here's that. Keep working on yourself. It says, if you're not okay on the inside, the outside won't matter. You are responsible for your happiness. So I like that, because you're finding your self love more and more, and you're realizing someone can't make me happy. I make myself happy, and they're above and beyond extra. And so I like that. And then your fortune cookie from the Imbolc Oracle, happy Imbolc, that's what today is. Oh, you've got here weather divination. We'll take a look here, see what this says. I trust in what I feel, for what I feel are signs to pay mind to. Ooh, interesting. Number 42. So this keywords are focus, paying attention, interpreting signs, and trusting what you feel. Says divination rarely is, if ever, delivers clear-cut signs. So it's up to you to learn how to piece things. This is something to be learned over time, or over time again. Ugh, of course. It says, of course, but it's also an innate gift you must possess, so you have the confidence to know what's right or wrong for you. This card suggests the need to watch your situation closely, knowing others are watching you just as intently. You are likely experiencing many moving parts that require a great deal of focus and attention. Many things may fall through the cracks in the coming weeks if you aren't careful. You may need to give a little extra effort for a time until things settle down, but just as with divination, you need some room to release perfectionism. Do the best you can while understanding that mistakes are unavoidable. Others will respect your efforts as long as you are honest and willing to acknowledge you may not have all the answers. If you're worried about how your situation will play out, drawing this card means there isn't a clear answer just yet. Trust that if something feels off, then it probably is. I like that. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that brings you what you can live with for this moment, right? Later. But they're like, okay, this is good. I like this emperor. What is there? Show me the movie. Um, oh, The King and I, but this is an emperor. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. All right. We got Crescent Moon in the house. Hey, Crescent Moon. Good to see you. Thank you for your dual donations. You actually will be up next here. Let me just make sure we had other individuals come in here. Yeah, we got Katerina. You want to, hey, are you doing another 6 hour run? Yeah, you never know. I'm only on 2 hours right now. I don't know if I'll go 6 hours, but the night is young. And if you have a question, you can surely pop it out there. I only have two more donations, and then if I have no others, I'll start on to free readings. Um, yeah, and if 2.5 hours, I'll be starting free readings anyway. So at least 30 minutes of them. All right, let's take a sip and say hello to Crescent Moon and get into that. There we go. Let me just skip past that. So cheers. The third eye, private eye is in. This is getting done. Let me put this. Let me put the tea to be heated up while I finish out the coffee here. All right. So Crescent Moon, hello, hello. Let's grab your first time stamp. Good to see you. Hope you are well. Staying warm. Good to see you too. So a read on the Sagittarius for today and every day next week. It is Sunday, right? Oh my gosh. Falling off my chair. All right. We'll see what's going on here. What is happening in the world of the Sagittarius? So, for today, Sunday, the full moon. Dun, dun, dun. So we got that. I do want that one. I do want this one too. Actually, those two. So that's for today. And then every day next week, we've got Monday. I do like this one for Tuesday. Don't want those. I do want this one for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And they got one of these for each of the days. Oh, and then that is the bottom of the deck. Oh, but this is for the weekend. All right. All right. Yeah, they do have here, like the card made itself known for going into next weekend. You know, we've got this Queen of Cups energy that's here. And you mean this coming week, right? You meant this week? Okay, okay, so we're right. But this Queen of Cups, I feel like that's that mom energy next weekend. So I feel like they're girding their loins for an emotional weekend. And even the energy for the entire week is all about emotional choice energy with the Lovers card here. I feel like that's relationship with people, not like romantic relationships, but relationships with people, and a lot of emotional choices coming in here. All right, so let's see what we've got going on here. Let me move these over here. So for today, we do have the Two of Pentacles. Yeah, there's a little bit of balancing energy for today, but also which way do I go? Which way do I go energy? Let's see what that's about, because it's about two choices in the outside world. Yeah, on one hand, we do have the Wheel of Fortune. And on the other hand, we do have the Ace of Pentacles with a lot of emotional, I don't say confusion, just a lot of different emotions around it. So I feel like they're kind of focusing in on, I can go two different directions. One feels like, okay, this is the one that I've been doing and feel secure. This other one feels like something new. And If I go that route, it's unsure. I'm not as secure in that as I'm in this, but this is what I want to do, but this is solid because they're kind of going back and forth with that today. I feel like that's a lot of what their day is made up of is should I stay or should I go? Like that's the old song. If I stay, there will be trouble. If I go, there may be double, you know? I don't know. So I feel like today was mainly really around that about choices. And so they're contemplating a lot of different things, doing a lot of research and planning, like Sagittarians do, especially ADHD Sagittarians. They will get super consumed into investigating something as this is the new route I want to go, and they'll just emerge themselves. And then back up and go, no, I don't want to do that. So, but I feel like they're really immersed into the comparison of these directions that they're wanting to go to. Monday, and we got the hanged man. So there again, this pausing energy, this trying to see things from a different perspective. Again, I feel like they're doing some more research. Below the surface, they do have the star card, which is like a dream come true, more balancing energy, more trying to understand what my mental dream come true is with this Aquarius energy, which we are in Aquarius season. And an Aquarius stellium. Oh, we got Aquarius Sun, and we got all these other planets move into Aquarius too. So really into their mind right now for Monday, reflecting on things to see what is it that I want to do. But I feel like again, I feel like they're spending a lot of time researching different alternatives because I feel like they're wanting to do something different than they're doing now, more dream come true-ish. But I feel like they're investigating a lot mentally on Monday. Tuesday, we get the 5 of cups. That must be when mom calls. Sorrow, lower vibration, emotional energy. Yeah, the tower card below the surface. The suddenness out of nowhere. Again, Aquarius energy. Wait, no, tower's Pluto energy. I was thinking of the full card. But this is about something suddenly coming in, something suddenly, and I feel like what's blown away is my peace of mind, my emotional stability, that what I've got into here, right? So there is this energy like um the emotions just kind of went fell out beneath and the floor feels like it fell out because I do feel like here this emotional choice energy, which the 5 of cups is also emotional choice. They usually have 3 spilled cups and then the 2 cups behind them. And so there is this bit of a challenge on Tuesday. I do feel like it has to do with this Queen of Cups, um, coming up on the weekend. So I do feel like there's this conversations of people going, "Aren't you gonna go?" I don't know if it's her birthday or a get together, something that they've wanted them to do, and they're like, "Oh," but I feel like the, um, not intruders, the instigators, the ones that surround her are acting on her behalf. The flying monkeys are coming in, as well as her. So, the Wicked Witch of the West and the flying monkeys. Let's see here. Wednesday, what does this bring? Queen of Swords, so that's good. Balance between head and heart. So they recover, Wednesday, and they're really feeling this balanced energy. And the Two of Wands, they're really recognizing, again, this power of their energy going, I'm the one that gets to decide. I'm the one that chooses my life. And I feel like they bounced back on Wednesday to really decide what choices I want to make. And I'm going to make them from a place of, balance, not influence and or threats, you know, more accusations. Oh, what kind of son are you? If you don't do this, you don't do that. What kind of person are you? The stuff that they know really bugs them, right? Thursday, we've got the 9 of Pentacles. Yes, this independent energy really reinforced that day and hermity energy. I feel like they might be kind of took the day off, spending the time alone. Yeah, the Hierophant. really wanting to see things from a higher perspective, really diving into change here with Major Arcana number 5. So I feel like they're really wanting to learn something and gain some information here on that Thursday. But I do feel like they're pocketed away, trying to see things from different perspectives and just to try to, get themselves centered, focused, clear. And then Friday pops in. Yep, 10 of wands. Ending and beginning energy. Transformation here. What's below the surface? Queen of wands. Yeah. So really stepping into their power here. And this makes sense that they are going into that Sagittarius positive energy of, I'm not going to look at this as a burden. I'm going to look at this as a harvest. I'm going to look at this as something else. And then that's when the Queen of Cups comes in for the weekend. Kind of energy, trying to get them to do what they want them to do and be who they want them to be. In fact, I kind of feel like there's something like she wanted to arrange something that's not normally done, like a party or a get together, and specifically was wanting to create it because it's something that she goes, well, he'll like that and he'll want to come to it. And I know most everyone else doesn't want to do it or wouldn't like it, whatever it is. But I'm gonna do that so that I can have interactions with them because I want them kind of back in my clutches in a way. But, that's the whole thing is that he's like, "I don't wanna go do it." And they're like, "But she did this all for you. What kind of son are you?" And that's what they're trying to do is get him to go do something, that he doesn't wanna do. And mainly he doesn't wanna do it because he doesn't wanna be around all of them. But, interesting, right? Let's see what the, first the Rebel deck brings in here, and then we'll do the fortune cookie, see what else we have here. So, friendships can be confusing, yeah, especially when they're not friends, true friends, and he realized that, like, back in December, right? Late December. People have different roles in your life. Some, some relationships won't last. Learn from everyone. So I like that, and I feel like that's he's ready to cut them off, kind of energy here. What else here? I'm really proud of him having his boundaries and sticking to them, and just really realizing, seeing things clearly. Yep, and then we have incense, card number 28. It says, "Allow the smoke to reveal the truth, clearing the haze while lifting the fog." That's what we're just talking about, right? This clarity that's coming in, with them. Clearing blocks, truth, and aha moments. All right, there we go. It says, "The sacred smoke of incense can be seen as a highway to the divine, immediately clearing out negativity while carrying your hopes and intentions to the heavens. Frankincense resin, in particular, corresponds with spiritual opening and creating a pathway to successful ventures. Receiving this card represents an aha moment when the fog has lifted and suddenly everything makes sense. You're now able to look back and see where all of the challenges, changes, and choices have brought you to. If you if you've had integrity in your journey through life, then you have nothing to fear. However, if your path has been dotted with cruelty or moral depravity, you may be entering into what might be termed bad luck." In this way, this card also represents karma or balancing the scales, and it can also mean it's time to put all your cards on the table. This feels like what he's doing, right? Truth will free you and any others involved, lifting any burdens you may have been carrying and allowing you to begin the process of healing and moving forward. Wow. So that's a lot of the energy that's going on with him in this week because he's really, I feel like there's this, whatever this celebration is, he's trying to get it together. He's realizing I don't have to do what I don't want to do, and I'm okay with chop chop. So I like that. All right. So that's for number 1, and I think we had here, "Hey, Alicia, free question." We'll get you on the list here. Good to see ya. Boom, boom. I think that was it, right? Yeah, okay. Alrighty. So for number 2, you got 2/20/18. There we go. All right. So thank you for your second donation. And for this one, I want to check in on Sagittarius communication and actions. What will this look like? What is it that they will say towards you in and at the beginning, mid, and end of February? All right. Yeah, let's take a look here. See what's going on with the communication. Let me just take this last sip of this coffee here. If I try to do that in one, I'd end up wearing it. There we go. But let me wipe my mouth here. Did get some in my mustache. All right. So, February, let's take a look here and see what kind of communication at the beginning, at the mid, and at the end. Boom, boom, boom. And then the actions based on that. Okay, beginning, middle. Don't want those. I do want that one and that one for the end, and this one. That's an extra. We'll see what that's about. All right. Well, we are in Aquarius season, so Aquarius is ruling over the reading here for the month of February. Well, most of February, because Pisces season, March 20th. But so that is the master, you know, kind of, it's almost like the King of Swords, the master of communication, more mental dream come true energy. Didn't we get that in the first reading about that's what he's focusing? Yeah, because we had the star card on one of the things. So he's a lot of this has to do with they're caught up in the mentality of trying to figure out what their mental dream come true is. So that is influencing a lot of what will be communicated and what won't, what actions will be taken and won't, obviously. So at the beginning, communication, what does this look like? We've got the Eight of Pentacles and the Two of Pentacles. Yeah. So it feels like here, this is what we just had is Two of Pentacles for his reading for today, which is about which choice do I want to go? And then the Eight of Pentacles is putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears toward the work thing here. So it's interesting that I feel, because we've been talking about him trying to pursue this dream and go in this direction, right? From what they're bringing back to me. And it feels like, it's like, because I'm going, my bread is Zen, human is in the background going, you know, chiming in, going, well, what about, you know, how long is he going to be working on this thing? And they answered and said, well, it's, they showed me like he starts to go off and then he goes like, I don't want to do that. And then he goes off and I don't want to do that. It's that um ADHD. I get excited about something and I back off. I get excited about something else, I back off. I get excited about something else, I back off. This is something new he's excited about. And it's just a matter of one of these will take hold and then things will start progressing. But it feels like he's all consumed in the beginning of February about this new thing. So there's not a communication toward you in the beginning of February. Underneath the surface, yeah, again, that we got these a lot of these cards, and I put them all in separately, but they came out for this reading. We got the Hangman, that pausing and searching for that self-love, that searching, trying to find their heart energy. So, there is that, which is going on at the beginning of February. So it's also a good reminder for us that when things are going slow, when there's, this pausing type of energy like the Hanged Man or the Knight of Pentacles or the Seven of Pentacles, probably another one or two cards, but these are that ones that represent like slow times. that it's giving us time to find our self-love, to us to drop away thoughts and beliefs that don't serve us, emotions that don't serve us, energy that don't serve us, and, physical things, that purging, spring cleaning, that this has given us time to raise our own vibration. And so it's for us, it always is, but I feel like that's where this delay is coming in because of that. It's like, yeah, he's off onto another, "Oh, what's that? Squirrel," off they go. Middle of February, you got the 7 of Wands, so here's this energy of standing true to oneself, not dimming their light, not asking permission to shine, but, like the sun, just trying to shine bright. Again, this energy doesn't feel like communication, it feels like more I'm pursuing my dream, my action, my movement kind of energy. It doesn't feel like communication coming through towards you there. Underneath the surface, yeah, that Ace of Pentacles, this new opportunity, they're really still consumed with that, so it feels like it takes the first 2, 2.5, 3 weeks of February that they're really consumed into this new thing about, um, pursuing what I want, but there's also that, I wanna be free to be me energy, kinda like that reinforcement of the stuff they're going through next week. They're like, "I'm not going to, cave in to their attacks. I'm gonna hold my ground on the hill." Literally, I'm gonna hold my ground, and these people that are coming at me, I'm gonna hold my ground. And I feel like that's a big piece of what's taking up the job and dealing with the Wicked Witch and the flying monkeys. They're like, standing my ground. So I feel like they're kinda raging the battle or protecting themselves, um, and then pursuing this other thing. When we get into the end of February, communication, let's see what comes in here. Yeah, I feel like based on the current energies, I feel like it's we'll see what the underlying energy is, but we've got the Temperance. Again, this is one of the cards when I was trying to think of another one, Temperance is another one about slow moving, coming in here. It is Sagittarius energy, but it's, the alchemy, think slowly. Things are progressing going in there. The Nine of Wands, which is, kind of like a barrier and perseverance, energy. Because the Six of Cups, this is someone returning back from the past, kind of energy. So I feel like, quite honestly, this energy, I don't feel it's likely that they'll communicate at the end of February. It feels like Spirit saying, it will this will based on current energies, this will return, just there's this block and this slowness that's happening. And just know that it's happening again on purpose for a purpose, for them to continue to evolve and for you to give you a chance to do things too. But I feel like a lot of it is for them to figure some stuff out. And you're like, yeah, figured that out over there. Don't Let's below the surface on that here. Yeah, we got the moon energy. So there is a lot of things are flowing here. Let's see what else we have here because we got the Emperor. There's that Aries energy, which March 20th is Aries season, and the Knight of Wands, which is movement, and the okay, yeah, because we've got this eclipse energy happening with the moon, with endings and beginnings energy. We got the Leo full moon. If you haven't checked out the Leo full moon, making the most of this energy, I would check that out too. But I feel like there's all this stuff going on here with, um, so we've got the full moon in Leo, and then we've got a new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius. And so eclipses, of course, are endings and beginnings energy. In we have the full moon, new moon, which is beginning endings energy. And the Night of Wands, we have the fire horse happening on the same day as the new moon solar eclipse. All that energy. And then Aries season, we've got, I think it's around March 1st. I have a calendar here somewhere. March 1st, I think, is because we have the today's the full moon in, Leo. We have the full moon, coming up in Virgo, I think, in, um, beginning of March, which is a full moon lunar eclipse. And then, later that month, we move into Aries, which is, again, we leave the last, uh sign of Pisces and start over in Aries with spring, and we start all over too. There's a ton here. I feel like they're just inundating, flooding us suddenly with all this. Look, all this beginning and ending energy that's coming in from, now until, spring starts on March 20th. Look at all the stuff. It's like, yeah, we've got a lot going on. He's got a lot going on. A lot of big changes that are coming in here. Um, So, I feel like they're kinda saying, "There's a lot of change happening, don't give up hope, just, um, gird your loins, there's about to be a lot of change happening in the world, in the next time, and so, just strap in." And I feel like we're looking at more into March, maybe more springtime. We can, of course, always do the March readings of the beginning, middle, and end, see what comes in there. But it feels like February doesn't feel so much there. You have the Magician card at the end of it all, and it is a good reminder for us that, you know, we build relationships with each other, and we kind of build a joint reality, but how we each experience it is up to us. We're the ones that control our experience with it in it, even though we create it together. And so I feel like they're saying, just know that whatever you're focusing on is what you're drawing in and you're creating in your own world as well. And it's a good reminder for all of us, especially when we're talking about all this weather. It's like, well, yeah, if there's a lot of strong thunderstorms coming, or you know, heat wave followed by a winter storm, warning, and ice storm, and then thunderstorms, and then, all these extreme weather, we're all going to handle it differently based on our own choices. And I feel like that's a big thing they want you to know here. All right, let's see what your fortune cookies. First, the Rebel deck here. All right, boom, boom, boom. Oh, uh-oh. It is okay to change your mind. When you get new information, reassess your decisions, be open and flexible. So that's an interesting card. Are you getting to that point yet where you're like, I'm thinking about it, buddy? No. Let's take a look here. So for this fortune cookie, what else do we have here? You've got Winter Besom. I'm not sure what that is yet. We'll see here. Card 43, sweep away ill intent while creating boundaries weaved with protection. A witch respects passages of safety. Okay. Let's see what we got here. So this keywords are protection, safety, boundaries, and safe passage. Says not everyone who knocks at your door is there with good intentions, nor are you required to entertain any person or idea if something feels off. Witches hang brooms above their doors to protect their dwellings from negative energy. You too have such a defense against bad vibes in the form of your instincts. And sometimes the universe will send a test or challenge to see if you're honoring your soul's guidance and have truly learned your lessons from past circumstances. The Winter Besom card is here to encourage a pause before moving forward with any plans. Well, duh, we knew that already. But thank you for the confirmation. Consider this a checkpoint that will allow you to evaluate whether the situation you have inquired about is truly deserving of safe passage into your life. Ooh, Think about whether or not this person or situation represents a pattern of self destruction or if there are red flags you can recognize from previous experiences. Receiving this card suggests it's better to be cautious if you're unsure and put boundaries in place where appropriate. The answer to your question isn't necessarily no, but it is a sign to proceed with caution. Dun, dun, dun. All right. Well, hopefully that brings you the clarity that you were looking for in this moment. That's what they have for you, Crescent Moon. So hang in there. And again, thank you for your donations. All right. So I think that is all of our donations right now. I just double checked my emails. So let me take a quick sip of the green tea that we're moving on to now. And we will dive into the free readings. Now, the free readings, you guys also get one of these Rebel cards. I love these cards. And we're using those because Leo energy in conjunction with the moon in Aquarius. Aquarius is the rebel energy of the zodiac. And so Leo is the fiery expansion pointing at that. So we're all about rebel energy today. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. You're like I said, do that change over there. That sounds good. Do it before we you communicate with me. Yes, please. Get all that in order. I don't wanna I'm having fun watching it from a distance, eating the popcorn, right? I'll binge watch the seasons. I don't need to be involved in it. Too funny. All right. Thank you again, Crescent Moon. Much love. All right. Let's dive in. So we got Eagle, you are up. So 237.11. Well, yeah, we were at 230 anyway to start free readings. So going with the flow. So a general for the next 72 hours. What does Spirit want you to know about the next 3 days ish? I didn't want those. Oh, it's here, hiding behind these other ones. Knew there was another one. Yeah, you got the Five of Pentacles and the Page of Swords. There's some clarity coming in here regarding these feelings around lack and not having enough or afraid of not being enough. But the Page of Swords does bring that clarity from above and allows you to see beyond some old beliefs of lack, of that, you know, um, belief that something can't happen or shouldn't happen, or even a belief like, "I have to work hard." You have to work so hard to get any success. It's like, that's not true. That's something that humans create, and then we perpetuate it and believe it and reinforce it and prove it by our own energy going, "Look, it is true because 'cause I've had to do this." You're like, "Yeah, because you believed it. We know we believed it. We made it come true, so we're the ones that reinforced it." It's like, yeah, I can't think of an example, but, it's like the self-fulfilling prophecy energy. But I feel like there's clarity that comes in realizing, yeah, I don't have to believe all that opinion. I can trust that it's not humans that bring me situations, that bring me jobs, bring me money, bring me whatever, that my sustenance comes from Creator and the universe and Source, and they're the resource of everything. They have endless supply. They're the ones that bring me what I need in each moment, even more than I need, because they love us so much. And it's not humans. And so when we're like concerned about, oh, the economy and or this or that, or am I going to get that job? And not, it's like, it's not in their hands. It's really in the universe's hands. And our energy is what helps either it come in or we resist it coming in. So it is about changing our belief in our story helps the universe help us. And I feel like that is a big piece of what's coming in here, some realization of what are my stories that are keeping things from me? And why do I believe that? And is that really true? I feel like that's what they want you to know for these next 72 hours. Oh, and then your almost forgot. I got to put these over here so I remember them. Your Rebel deck card. Let's see what they say here for you for the next 72 hours, right? This is the one here. Yep. So we got rejection hurts like hail. Feel the ache, then pick yourself up and get out there. You are resilient. So I like that for you, Eagle. Many blessings to you. Right. Cat Mia, you are up. So 240 10. I know numbers. Aren't you proud? All right. What can I do to stop them instantly from touching my body or bothering me? I think you're meaning some spirits, right? I'm like, restraining order? But I think you're talking about spirit, right? That's what I feel anyway. So let's see what we got here. Yep, Queen of Cups, Two of Cups. Yep, here's your powerful abilities of empathic abilities, and the Two of Cups is your relationship and power of emotional choice too. The Queen rules over emotion. The Two of Cups is your telling, showing you that you're the one that gets to choose the emotional energy that you put out, and whatever you put out emotionally is what you get back. So, how you can stop them is realize that it's if I'm focusing in on higher vibration, unconditional love, enjoying laughter and peace, that creates this bubble around me that protects me. And you can do like this hedge around you that only um, entities and beings of higher vibration get to come into your space. I don't feel like these beings that are touching you are, it's not ill intent. I feel like they're trying to get your attention to pay attention. And it's not, when we're putting an energy into what we're experiencing on a lower vibration, we experience it as lower vibration. When we look at it from a place of love, then we experience it as love, as a thing of love. And so this emotional choice energy, once you change that, then you'll experience it differently. And in fact, you might even be like, oh, this is a touch of love. This is great grandma Moses who's touching, going, I love you and I'm here for you. And you're like, wow, I love that. Thank you. I feel this love and support, not the, what are you doing? Why are you touching me? Why are you giving me a wet willy? Stop it. But I feel like it's the emotional energy that you can change because you're in power of that, right? And simply just asking too, is these are freaking me out. Can you not do that? They love us and they won't do it. But if our energy, if I'm fixed on fear and I don't feel like I have the power or worthiness to ask them to stop, and I don't believe that I have the power, you know, over my existence, then I'm the one that's inviting that, if that makes sense, right? You're the one in charge of your adventure. Let's see what your fortune cookie comes in here too. The rebel card, the rebel deck. What do you have here? Yeah. Lighten up. Which says, you don't need to have it all figured out right now. Be in the moment. But I like that. Lighten up is, and that's the power of emotional choice. I can either be focusing on fear and things related to fear, or joy and love and higher vibration. So it goes, go higher vibration. It changes everything. If we stay in lower vibration, we experience it that way. There's no right or wrong. So be gentle with yourself. But if we choose lower vibration, it's different experiences, different outcomes than if we choose higher vibration with different situations and experiences and different outcomes. So that's what they got for you, Cat Mia. So many blessings to you. All right. Then we have Brenda Globy. You are up 24417. Boom, boom. And you want to know what will happen between AS and KTH, JJK in June. All right, let's take a look here. So AS and KTH is that one, and this one is JJK. All right. So in June, we've got the King of Pentacles with KTH. It feels here that there's a challenge that goes on. This King of Pentacles, one of the great stories he likes to talk about is the Four Pentacles that he experiences. which is realizing when I define myself by the outside world of relationships, situations, or things, I feel unstable. And there's a lot of pointing back to my self love. And I feel like what happens between AS and KTH is like this disappointment energy and this instability and this ever changing up and down and all over the place where I'm like, I can't, if I'm depending on you to define me, I don't know who I am because it's all over the place. So there's a lot of inconsistency I feel on KTH's part from AS's perspective. And they're just like, I just don't know. I need to step away and step inward kind of energy with that. With JJK, we've got the hangman, yeah, so there is this pausing, this trying to see things from a different perspective here. So it does feel as if there's a bit of, um, AS pulling back from KTH and JJK pulling back from everyone to be in a cocoon for transformation and reflection and trying to see, gain clarity on things, but, yeah, it feels very growth oriented. We'll call it that. There's a lot of growth going on, a lot of people stepping away from people to reflect on things. Let's see what the fortune cookie comes in here too. Yeah, I know what the eat your vegetables. Mother Nature made green food for a reason. Cheese puffs aren't vegetables. And this is interesting because it's the energy below this, even though it's hilarious, is, I'm watching what I'm consuming. In other words, who am I interacting with? What energy am I around? I'm looking at that and evaluating what I am gonna allow in and not allow in my existence, my body, right? So I like that. All right. So that's what we have for you, Brenda. Brenda, many blessings to you. All right. Maria P., you are up for your free reading. Thank you for your donation earlier. Here is your timestamp for the free one and a general for you and Wally. Let's see what we got here. You got the Three of Pentacles and the Seven of Pentacles. Yeah. There's this opportunity, things I feel like they're saying here with the Seven of Pentacles, because things have been, you know, you can admit, right, that you feel like things have not gone at the speed that you wish they could have gone. Which is what we all go through, right? When we have expectations and our human wants things to unfold in a certain way, we wanna get there. I wanna get to that, and then we'll be fine. I need to get to that, and then what? Then there's always something more. There's always something more. There's always something more. So the Seven of Pentacles happens, it slows our roll, so we have the opportunity to see things more clearly, to understand ourselves more clearly, to understand everything more clearly. Three of Pentacles is about finding my true authenticity. What is it that I truly want? Who am I really? And I feel like this is what's going on. It's been slow on purpose to give you both time to do that. And so when we're like wishing they would leave that dark side, I feel like they're saying, um, pause and step back and realize this was all happening for you, because you're learning a lot about yourself and growing, and he's learning a lot about himself and growing. And if he had left and things that it would blow up because we would have been doing what we've always done and ended up what we've always gotten. And you don't want that. You want something higher. And so they're like, that's why we're slowing things down because you're getting both of you are chunking beliefs and thoughts and emotions that don't serve yourself off the ship to where you guys will meet at a higher level and experience love differently than either of your relationships of the past. So they're like, trust the timing, I feel is the big message. Yeah. So make better choices. And it says, Literally, stop doing the same thing over and over again. It isn't working. So, the slowness is to make sure you don't keep doing what you've always done, right? As I was saying, I love it. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. That just cracks me up. All right. Gene XO, X-Men 25017. Here's your timestamp. So, Gene, hello, love. What our eyes, feelings, and intentions are towards you after Friday and yesterday? And then also check the underlying energies. So, what are their feelings? What are their intentions? Ooh, looks like you get an extra card. And then the bottom of the deck. So, the bottom of the deck, we do have the Ace of Cups, which is an energy of self love, learning a lot about self love below the surface, which really this whole experience of humanity is about that, right? But very emphasized right now. Their feelings after Friday and yesterday. We got the Temperance, slow movement, magic happening, things going back and forth there. Um, and we've got this um trying to take my time just to see what unfolds is the emotional area there, right? And again, this there's this energy of this wanting to focus in on this developing my self-love, which is good because we can't love someone else more than we love ourselves, nor receive love from someone more than we love ourselves. If I don't love myself a whole lot, I'm not gonna be able to give a whole lot or receive a whole lot. So I want someone who has self-love. Like if I ever got in a relationship again, I want someone who has self-love that doesn't need me, that I'm above and beyond extra because that's what they're gonna be for me. But I feel like this is what is happening here. Um, what are their intentions? We got the Page of Pentacles, yeah. Looking for a future opportunity, not a present opportunity, but more of a future opportunity. Um, below the surface, yeah, we have the Emperor still trying to decide what I want and trying to put a plan together and then put action behind it. So they're still in that process of trying to figure out, what they're looking for and wanting in life too. So that's what we got there. And we'll get you your fortune cookie here too, or we'll call it a fortune cookie. It's a rebel cookie. See what else they want you to know here. This card came flying out. Life can be frustrating and unfair. No shit, right? You might never find out why something happened. Work towards acceptance. That's a good way to look at things. I like that. All right, so that's what they have for you, Gene. So many blessings to you. And Kita, your message is now getting posted. It wasn't before if you had one. I don't think so. Let me check the list here. No. So I see it now, though. So hallelujah, right? So sorry if it's been acting up with you. I don't know what's going on because it's been being mean to you, right? All right. Yes, finally. All right. So we'll continue on here. Let me just verify. All right. So up next here, we do have Bonita 25402. It's your timestamp here. Boom, boom. And you want to know what's coming up for you. All right, let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know? What's on the horizon? All right, they want that one and that one here. So you got the Queen of Cups and the Seven of Wands. Wow, fire and water, creating some steam here. I like this energy. What's coming up for you? It feels like a spiritual expansion. The Seven of Wands is being true to your authentic self and shining bright and not dim in your light. And the Queen of Cups, very much in tune with her empathic abilities. And she's got two parts cups, which makes her the master of emotion, even above the King of Cups. So this is about mastering your empathic abilities and allowing it to shine and even sharing it with other people, um, people you trust if you, you know, you can even be doing readings or different things like that, but you can share your intuition, you can share, um the way I used to do it, like, at work when I was coming into my gift in a bigger way, um, I was a manager, so I'd walk the floor, to make sure everyone was doing okay at different times of the night because I worked in the night shift, and it was in the call center, and I'd go by and I'd be like, "Hey, how's it going?" They're like, "Fine," and I'm like, "You don't seem fine," even though they're, like, smiling, I'm like, "You don't what's going on?" And they're like, "How do you do that?" Because 'Cause they'd be like, but you could see right in and go, "There's, something going on over here. What's that? What's all that about?" And, I feel like this is the kind of thing that's coming towards you, is this expansion and the confidence for you to start sharing things and finding out which is the voice of the intuition and what's the voice of our head, because sometimes our head will get involved till we learn the difference in the voices, and then we know the one that where the feeling comes from, that's, "Oh, that's from spirit, the other one's from my ego," and we learn the difference between the 2, and I feel like you're stepping out into this. So interesting, Benita, I like that for you. We need all that spirit energy being brought up. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here too. Nope, none of those. Right, there it is. Sometimes you have to do crap you hate. I love these cards. Yep, it's true. Suck it up and have a great day. But I feel like this is part of it is that feeling of, "Oh god, I don't wanna say something and it be wrong." But sometimes we will say stuff in the beginning, especially, right? When we're like, you're learning the voices, sometimes it's like it's a combination sometimes. We're half right because half of it was some spirit, half of it was my ego chipping in. But that's how we learn and how we grow with the difference of the voices. So sometimes you have to do the crap you hate, which is facing that fear of being wrong, but you learn through it. And that's how you fine tune it. And that's how you learn the voice. So hopefully that resonates, Benita. That's what they have for you. So many blessings. All right. And then we have Ashish. You are up. Boom, boom, boom. Here you go. And any messages from your inner child? Ooh, you know what? I actually saw the inner child cards. Yep, healing the inner child. I'm going to give you a healing the inner child oracle. I know I saw those cards just like I had seen these um, animal cards, and someone had asked about an animal spirit. I'm like, oh, I saw it for a reason, and so did yours. Yours is community. Look at all these. How many multiple personality inner children do you have? I'm just kidding. You have community. 36. Let's see what this is about here. What does your inner child have to say? So, the invitation from the inner child says true resilience isn't standing alone like a lighthouse, independent from others. By nature, we're dependent on resources from the earth for sustenance, air, sunlight, and shelter. Emotionally, we need connection to thrive. To strive for complete self sufficiency, if I can talk, self sufficiency is misguided, not just for individuals, but also for countries and societies. We are interdependent, and this connection serves as a reminder of the soul's journey to unconditional love of self and others. As we experience this oneness, we realize that to give to others is to give to oneself, and true joy arises. This card is a reminder that when we heal our personal traumas, we can then step into healing collective trauma. Once we belong to ourselves, we can belong to a greater collective. Ooh, your inner child says, as a child, we emerged from the womb without any awareness of being separate. We took our mother's feelings and attitude as our own And many of us began to feel shame or guilt if our mother was angry, sad, or overwhelmed. The child's ego wants to take responsibility for everything, wants to fix or heal their parents. This impossible task can follow us into adulthood, burdening us with guilt and poor boundaries. It's time to let go of the weight on your shoulders. Reclaim your place as one person, doing the best you can, and share the load with every other person alive in this moment. Let your inner child know you are only responsible for your life, boo. I added the boo in there. Take a few deep breaths as you allow the layers of responsibility to soften and release away from your shoulders. Your journey says, look at this card. I'll put it back up here again. See if I can hold it up and talk at the same time. So look at this card and feel into the idea of community, both within yourself and in the outside world. Who is included in your community at the moment? See the younger selves within you that had to hide their pain or disappointment, but that can now be brought into the light each time you see and acknowledge what happened to them. Create the fragmented parts. You heal the on the inside, which allows you to feel a sense of belonging in the world. Belonging in communities start within. The integration of our younger parts gives us the resilience and ability to belong to a community. So take a moment now to invite into your awareness a feeling of sensation that you have been avoiding. Invite it back. For example, you might notice some sadness or fear. Allow that emotion to be seen and to be felt. Imagine all of the people on the planet right now doing their best to contribute, to teach, to create, to share, to serve. Each person has their gifts, their pain, their dreams, and their struggles. You are one of many. Allow yourself to receive support and connection from the shared experience of being human. You are not alone and you belong. Can you feel that oneness? Wow, powerful. Boom, a boom, a boom. So I love that for you. And your fortune cookie here, let's give you one of these rebel decks here as well. All right. Yeah, I like that. So take all that, but don't let it go to your head, right? Don't be spoiled or entitled. Acknowledge your privilege. Practice gratitude. It's like, okay, keep it balanced there. I like it. All right. Let me take a quick sip here. All right. So, Ankita, thank you for your donation. I will have a few more here. Let's say I started at like 2:37 on the free reading. So I've got about 5 more minutes for free readings, and then I'll jump to do your donation, and then I'll go back to the free readings there. Right. So just let you know where we're at. Right. So Nelia Maderos, you are up for your free reading. Thank you for your donations earlier. Here's your timestamp here. Whoops, did it twice there. Let me just undo that here. There we go. And your free question is, what does Spirit want you to know? All right, let's take a look here. What do they want you to know right now? So we've got the Lover's card and the Page of Swords. Yeah, how appropriate that. Yeah, we got the relationship energy. We have the clarity, the Page of Swords. I think you even got that, from the in the reading, that they want clarity. And there is seeking clarification, and there is this learning to communicate energy. is what is so important in a relationship, right? That's what makes or breaks a relationship with individuals, because if we're not communicating, we're usually arguing, and then we know how that goes. But it's understanding our power of emotional choice comes in here too, that no one makes me feel anything. People do things or don't do things, say things or don't say things. That just exists. There's no meaning in the outside world. It just is. When it gets in this little noggin is when the story gets assigned. And if we're not consciously choosing the story, we're unconsciously choosing the story based on our trauma and drama from when we're younger. And we just, oh, that means this. And then we react, and then we have an argument, or we withdraw, or whatever our reaction is, till we calm down. And then that's in those moments is when we can reflect on, why did I choose the emotion that I did? And I want to change that. If I want to change that, if I'm like, I'm fine with doing that, then, there's no right or wrong emotional choices, just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. If we continue to choose the lower vibrational reactions, most likely we'll end up in uh, not in a relationship versus if we focus on gratitude and love and higher vibration, will end up in a very deep, secure relationship, right? So I feel like that's what they have there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Let me just click by this thingy. There we go. Let's see what we got here. What else do they want you to know right now? Yeah, I like it. You will fail a lot. Who cares? Keep putting yourself out there. Messing up makes for great stories. But that's how we grow too, because if we don't ever express ourselves and do it, we don't grow. And so it is about growth as well. So I like that for you. All right. So many blessings, Nelia. So we have there for you. All right. So let me here get these other ones here. So we do have, when I return back to the free readings, I do have Fairy Tale, Nihal, you'll be up next. Soul Child, Olivier, Sean G, and Tim De La Gem, Faith and Love, and then Shariah. I think I said that correctly. I probably didn't. And then Salama, and then Alicia, and then Ankita. I have you there. So Ankita, thank you for your donation. We'll jump to that next here, but let me make sure I've got your correct questions here, because I feel like you said for your above a question, also, if possible, add what's his feelings, as well as why would he just unfollow randomly? I thought we were mutual friends through someone. Okay, so this is your free reading here that you put free by. So let me switch that out here. So the donation you gave was for the guy, Mr. R, right? Okay, so for the donation, we can dive deeper into that. And then for the other one, the job exam will be your free reading. I getcha. All right. And thank you, Faith and Love, for letting Ankita know that you could see her question. All right. Let me add that into here. I'll just put all that so I can see it. All right. You're so nice. Okay. So, and Kita, for your donation, we got 30902. Boom, boom. All right. So let's shuffle this up here. Gonna need to take a sip of green tea for this one. No, I'm just kidding. I need to have a sip. So cheers, everybody. Thank you again for all the thumbs up, too. It does help spread the Zen love. And I'm so grateful. It's a free way that you can show some love for my channel or myself. And I'm very grateful. It helps. You're part of the love tsunami. So I appreciate that. All right, very good. So I've read your question here, but the guy, Mr. R. So we unfollowed you from Instagram. So why? All right, let's take a look here. Thank you. Boom, boom, boom. Will he follow you back based on current energies? Got that. Those underneath. You dropped about him, etc., etc. Why would he just unfollow randomly? Okay, well, we'll answer that with that one there. All right, yep. So we got that here. So the bottom of the deck overall, we have the Sun card here. We got this Leo energy, the bright light shining on things. So there is clarity here. Um, well, we'll see why here, but there very much we got this Leo fire energy that we're in a Leo full moon now. Um, so I do feel like there's a lot of, oh, it feels like there's a lot of clarity, a lot of simplification they're doing. I feel like they're clearing out a lot of their clutter. Um, and I feel like they're just deleting a lot of people, throwing away a lot of things. There's that kind of energy coming in with that bright burning away of things with the sun. But let's see here. Why did he specifically unfollow you? Is that what this is about here? Yeah. So we do have the King of Wands, which King of Fire, you know. We have the Three of Wands, which is like going a different direction, taking a different course, and the Hierophant, which is the card of change, the major arcana number 5 of change, and it's about seeing things from a different perspective as well. Um, but it does feel here, this is Taurus energy with the Hierophant, and it there is that kind of, you know, energy of, you know, um, wanting to gain clarity on my life. Again, that Sun card come in, gaining clarity on my life and changing a lot of things. So I don't feel like it was specifically like at you, like, oh, you did something, and I feel like it's a mass deletion of a lot of stuff and just going down, going, you know, delete, 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 unfollow, 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 you know, because you can do that on one of your screens in Instagram, you know, you can just click, 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 click. Um, and I just feel like they're like in this, I've got too much inundation of because this Taurus energy of all my senses. I'm getting inundated with too much stuff. I'm unfollowing a lot of stuff, and I'm, you know, um, canceling things. And I'm trying to simplify things. Is kind of this energy that's coming in. Will he follow you back? Got the 5 of Pentacles. That doesn't that's a lack energy. That would be like a no energy. Let's see what here we've got here. Yeah, we got the Ace of Pentacles, the Ace of Cups energy, which is new opportunities, new love energy that comes in here. But I don't feel like they're going to follow back because they are pursuing this more of their self love and more of their new opportunity kind of energy into the following their worth, following their direction. So again, it doesn't feel like it's personal, you know, to you. It's just mass deletion kind of energy with all of that. They even got the Hangman on the bottom, which is about, you know, them going into their cocoon to transform and to let other things go as well. So, you know, we've got that, you know, that kind of energy that's happening there. But yeah, so it doesn't feel personal. Um, and they'll still talk to you. They won't probably won't even realize you'll like go, why did you unfriend me or unfollow me? Right? They're like, what? And you're like on Instagram, and they're like, oh yeah, I got rid of a bunch of stuff. And you're like thinking it's all because you hate me. It's not even close to that, right? So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too for this one. Yeah, I like it here. You won't always agree. It says, practice looking at situations from different viewpoints. It's not always black and white. I like that. So see that it's from a different perspective, um, that they weren't doing it personal, that there could be different reasons why. But it's good for you to realize that when that happened, why you took it that way, that's for you because that's your emotions that came up, not his. So you get to look at that if you want. Otherwise, you'll have other situations that'll also show you that. So it's a good opportunity to do that. Your fortune cookie is all about the horned owl, which card 26 says, become the shadow that watches. Keep quiet while moving intentionally. Don't stalk anyone. That's not what it means. Says moving with stealth, keeping quiet, watching, and learning. So a horned owl makes no sound when she flies through the air, as she is a master at moving in silence while also taking in, actively watching, listening, and avoiding potential danger while seeking out her prey. When pulling this card, your guidance is to remain silent when it comes to the question you have asked. There's nothing you can do or say that will change someone else's opinions, so it's best to leave people to their thoughts and go on your way. Instead, watch and learn about those around you. What can you observe about their behavior? Do their actions match their words? This card suggests there are people who are only supporting you verbally, or that their bark is way more than their bite. You may not be able to count on them when the time comes and you need them the most. Additionally, this card guides you to keep your plans under lock and key because some dreams and goals are too big for small-minded people. Don't risk introducing doubt into your plans because of the opinions of people who don't have the vision to see the value in your idea. Interesting. So that's for that question there. Um, so if you want to follow up, you can do well, we already have a free reading because I was say you can do a follow up for a free reading, but if you have a follow up, you can make another donation if you want us to dive into more questions for that. But that's for that one, right? All right, let me make sure here. We got Minu. Hey, Minu, good to see you. Let me get you onto the free list here. All right, there we go. So I know you're wanting more to go. Okay, well then why am I dreaming today? That's a whole nother question, a whole nother reading for that. So I got to limit the follow up questions on donations because I end up doing half-hour readings. So if you want to dive in more, you can. If you want, you can replace your free question with that, or you can make another donation. Right. So in the meantime, we'll jump back into the free readings here for the sake of time. So we've got here Fairy Tale. You are up 31832. There you go. And you want to know the feelings and thoughts of Amir when you reached out to him, how he finds your request. Will he initiate next time? All right. So for a free reading, that's going to be a lot to put into that with two cards, but we'll see what we can get. So feelings and thoughts of Amir are going to be those two cards, and then we'll find out what else comes in here. So feelings, we do have the Three of Swords. There's a little bit of disappointment here in their feelings. They kind of feel it's not really heartbroken, but there's a little bit of feeling or fear of being a disappointment kind of activated within them there. And um, let's see what else we have here because that was in his thoughts. We've got this star card here, which is a big Aquarius energy here. Um, so it's interesting that they've got this mental kinda dream come true, and they really like you, and they see you in this way of being like a dream come true energy, but they also fear that they can't live up to it. So there's a lot of this fear energy that, is spinning around with this here. I don't feel like they'll initiate next time here. Um, I feel like they don't have a lot of like confidence when it comes to this energy that I'm picking up here. Even on the bottom of the deck, when I looked at it, got the Nine of Pentacles, which is like a hermit energy, and they kind of stick to themselves. And I just feel like they have this underlying fear of being a disappointment and being rejected, and they have a great fear of that. And especially when they have this kind of idea of who you are, and in their mind they're like, wow, you have so much that you can offer. And I feel like your confidence comes through, and they're like, I don't have that confidence, and I don't know if I can keep up. I just feel like there's that fear that they have, and it's not really about anything that you're necessarily doing. It's a lot of what they already had instilled in them before you even met them, from growing up. And they just fear that I can't be enough. And when it comes down to it, they would run instead of, at least at this point in their life right now, their energy, they don't have that courage to, well, I fear it, I'm gonna do it anyway. They're more like, no. It's like picking up in the olden days. Now, well, I guess you can still do it with a cell phone. You go up to hit dial and you're like, no, 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 no. Yeah, I'm not gonna call. In the olden days, before they had caller ID and everything, you would start to dial, and then you're like, "No, hang up." Before they answer, "No, I can't do it." That's the kind of energy I'm picking up from them there. Um, Fairy tale. So, let's see here. What's your fortune cookie for this too? Yeah, so I like it. Don't rush it. It says, "The choices you make today could impact your future. Take things slowly." So, understanding that about them, it's like, give them the time. And, if you're really interested, I feel like you're going to have to like ease them into comfortability, and then you can see and interact with them as that, as they would be, right? Instead of, you know, expecting them to be something and them disappointing you because they're not being that brave soul that you wish they would be, right? But you're like, "You know what? I'm gonna accept them as they are and understand that if I want the little rabbit to come to me, I gotta slowly throw little carrots, and they'll eventually come, and they'll let me pet them, and then they'll let me pick them up, and eventually they'll just come to me on their own. I won't have to lure them in with carrots." That's funny, but, you get what I'm saying. Alright, so that's what they have for you, fairy tale. So many blessings to you. All right. And Ankita, thank you so much for your additional donation there. I appreciate you understanding there. Here is both of your timestamps. And we'll dive in here. So you wanted to know, but why do I keep getting dreams of him? We don't know each other much. All right, let's take a look here. See what spirit wants you to know. Why do you guys keep, why do you keep dreaming about him? All right. So tell us why? What are these dreams about? Okay, we got this, we got this, we got this, these, and that. All right. Well, what is this about here? All right. So that one goes there. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. It's a little dance. Interesting, because 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2 dance steps, right? Bottom of the deck, you do have the Four of Pentacles. It's interesting that I'm getting energy around this because the Four of Pentacles is, in a way, it's an adventure in discovering our self-worth, and to understand when I'm looking to the outside world to define my worth, I feel unstable when, um, any of that when I define myself by any of them because they're unstable, which in this case, like relationships with humans are unstable. People change, people walk away, people pass away. And I feel like, part of this energy that why you're dreaming about them is it does have to do with your heart figuring out in the dream world about where you're putting your worth and having you face things in your dreams so that you can work through it in the inside, which then changes the reflection of the outside. Let's see what this dance is here with this 2 1 2 1 2. Let's see what else we have. Yeah, we have the 6 of Pentacles and the King of Wands. Do you feel like there's a little bit of energy here about you stepping into your authority of your world? And what I mean by that, with the 6 of Pentacles, this brings up an energy of an out of balance giving and receiving where, it's like we're an overgiver. When we were growing up, we felt we had to give so much to receive so little. And so there's that underlying out of balance, rate of exchange of giving and receiving. Like, I have to give so much love to get a little love. I have to do so much in the world to get a little bit of abundance back. And that without bubbling below the surface, this King of Wands is about bringing all that up and consciously deciding what it is that's true or not. And I feel like there's fire, there's light being brought into that. That's part of this discovering your worth energy, and you're dreaming about them to allow yourself to, like I said, witness that in a dream state so that you don't have to experience it in the physical state, but it's you figuring stuff out about your worth. I feel is why the dreams are coming up. Let's see what else this dance is about, though. Yeah, the Hanged Man. So transformation, it's part of your transformation, part of your ability to see things from a different perspective. And then you have the Queen of Wands and the Temperance. Yeah, so this is stepping into your power slowly, and the slowness of things too is a lot giving you the space and the time, like you have the King Wands and the Queen of Wands. So all this stepping into the authority of your power of choice and your energy. And but it's coming down to your sense of worth because that's what bubbles up. And because you can tell that it bothers you, right? Yeah, right. Well, we still have some more cards left. We can see that here. I'm not getting any of the karma or any kind of relationship energy here yet. I feel like they're really the dreams that we're focusing on anyway. It's like because you're asking why am I having these dreams? The dreams are happening for you to work through these feelings of you defining yourself by other people's actions or non-actions or unfriending us or unsubscribing to our channel and um or when people aren't saying what we want them to say or in silence or they're saying stuff we don't want them to say, right? So it is this working through and this alchemy, stepping into your power, the alchemy of stepping into your power energy. You got the 9 of Pentacles. Yeah, so this is you with spirit working on things. So this is a lone energy, hermit energy, the number 9 in the 9 of Pentacles is being alone in the physical world. So it's you working through this, even maybe a fear of being alone, can be coming up here. But I definitely feel with this, since you were just talking about, is this some sort of karmic thing or a relationship that's destined? It's like, no, it's all about being by yourself right now. But I feel like there's this fear of being alone, could also be below the surface, something that you had traumatic experience where you turned around in the grocery store and your mom was gone and you're like, abandonment. I don't want to be alone. But there could be that energy below the surface that's also coming up. Um, Yeah, and then you do have the 2 of Cups, which is relationship energy, the 8 of Pentacles, which is a lot like the Hanged Man in that it's the transformation of what relationship means to you, that's coming in here, and your power of emotional choice. It's allowing you the ability to work on that too. So it feels like a lot of inner work energy is why it's coming up. And there's been a lot of dreams. Like I had a dream about my third ex just last night. Um, it's a full moon too, but and I was like, wow, what are you doing in my dream? And they were with someone new and they introduced him to me and I was like, "Oh, well, hey." And it was interesting, cuz and there's a lot of energy going on about dealing with a lot of subconscious stuff are coming up too. So, it's interesting with that. We'll see what your fortune cookies bring in here too. Well, were you only following him in case you guys were gonna get together or something? Or, you know, what's the decision for unfollowing him? Where's that coming from? Understand where that's coming from, right? Oh, I like this. If you're reading this right now, know you are loved, especially when you don't feel it. Oh, I like that. And then your fortune cookie here. Let's see what else about the dreams. We got the greenhouse. Yeah, something green growing, growth in the winter. Growth. It says that may it be clear the intentions I sow in preparation for the path ahead. Yeah, so this is preparation. I feel like this is clearing away some things, the reason for the dreams and things like that. And it can be that they represent like a safe person for you too. That's why they're taking this, um, because like when the dream of my ex, I ask myself, is that really my ex? Or and I actually thought out of all my exes, they're the one that I felt was probably the least dangerous for me. They're the one that I would never think they would cheat on me. They're the one that just their actions um, were the reason not they didn't cheat on me, just the way they talk to me and different things like that. And it's like, understanding, okay, who do they represent in my dream? um, that it would maybe that's not even them that they're representing. It's sometimes we'll take the form of all these different characters to understand ourselves sometimes too. So understanding what the dream is about can help as well. I do dream interpretation. If you ever want to have a dream interpreted, you can tell me what the dream was about, and I can channel spirit to get to the root of it too. For this card here, the greenhouse, it's about sowing seeds, preparation, planning, setting things in motion, and clearing the path. So interesting. So, greenhouse is one of the most positive cards in the deck, and pulling it means you're about to welcome a joyous new start. Unlike with other cards in the deck, this fresh beginning is something you've chosen for yourself and that you're excited about. You have all of the potential to create something momentous. However, this card also warns you not to expect miracles. There will still be a lot of hard work, dedication, and even some failures along the way, but the overall result will likely be very successful. If you're feeling stagnant or are in a challenging situation, this card encourages you to begin planting the seeds and preparing for a new idea or opportunity to drop into your lap. Dress for the job you wish to have. Start researching things you'd do if you had the money or time, or get together a plan of action for a goal, even if you don't have all the resources to make it happen. Receiving this card means the pathway is clear and you're covered by the safety of your cosmic greenhouse. You don't need to wait until external conditions are right to move forward with your plans. So it does feel like I just feel like there's a lot of growth energy that's coming in here during this winter time of death that we're in. There's stuff that's growing within this, and I feel like this is your dream world. You're growing things in your dream world, and that's where your growth is happening. So I feel like that's where where the dreaming is coming from. But you get to choose if you wanna unfollow them or not, but I don't feel like, you know, if you feel, "Yeah, I was only following him because I thought he was interested in me or there was something that we were gonna end up in," and if not, I really don't wanna follow their stuff or interact with them, so delete. That's a powerful thing, but understand why you're deleting if it's not a, "Well, you rejected me, I'm rejecting you." Eh, we can do that too if we want, but understanding why you're doing it, I feel is an important step there. Okay. Right, my dear. That's what they have. Thank you again for your additional donation. And I'll circle back around for your free reading here in a little bit. All right. So we'll jump back into the free readings. Up next, we do have Soul Child. So 336, 29. Here's your timestamp. And you want to ask how Tay is feeling about you. All right, Tay. How are they currently feeling about you? They are judging you. No, not really. That's not what the judgment card is about. The judgment card here is about trying to see things from a different perspective. And the Four of Cups energy, it's emotional stability. So there's emotions there, but pardon me, I think it's an interesting, perspective with this because this goes beyond just their feelings about you. Because I feel like they're in this Four of Cups can be an emotional stagnancy where they have looked to the outside world here with those three cups, and it has felt empty and it hasn't felt satisfying. And they're looking for a higher love. And I feel like this is the judgment card. They're trying to see things from a different perspective. They're trying to resurrect this feeling of love, but the whole thing is like the outside world can't give us the love we're looking for because we're looking for our inward and upward for our self love, this beautifully eternal, unconditional love energy. And I feel here with this, coming in here, it's like they have the regular emotional attraction energies, but I feel like they're in this space. Like I would say this would be going through my mind if I were them. I know that I'm attracted and I'm drawn that, but if I keep doing what I've always done, I'm going to end up getting what I've always gotten. I don't want that. I want something more. I want something higher. And I don't know if I choose that, and go that it's going to end up that way. And I don't want to put them through, I don't want to put you through that. I don't want to put myself through that either. I'm in this pausing energy and I'm trying to figure things out. Like, what is this? That I'm really looking for, and what does that look like? And I don't understand, and I feel like that's kind of where their energy is right now. This is what your little rebel card says here too. See if that gives us anything. Yeah, like it. Protect yourself, have fun, but and then be safe about it. So, I feel like they're saying don't expect a whole lot from them right now because they're trying to figure things out and trying to understand what they're wanting, but you can have fun, but don't expect it to be turn into anything right now because 'cause they're trying to figure out what they want in life. So, hopefully that makes sense and resonates. That's what they got for you, soul child. So many blessings to you. All right, Livier Vagara, you are up with 339.37. And you want to ask, how is your mom's application process? All right, based on current energies, what can we know about your mom's application here? Oh, and they want that one there. All right. Got the devils in the details and the star card here. Got two major arcana, both very mental energy. The devil card ruled by Saturn is work, 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 and the shaking of the cage. The star card is it's a dream come true energy. It's a mental dream come true energy. But I don't know what it's like this balance. We're jumping from card 15 to card 17, and I feel like there's a card missing in the middle because there is a card missing in the middle. But that's the whole thing is like there's this something that's incomplete that comes in there. And what is it? Information? Well, it's a lot of mental things here, so it feels like I'm just trying to tap into here, and I'm pushing for deeper information because it feels like it's they have everything there, but there's a step in the middle that's missing and delayed because 'cause they're waiting for something. It's either a person who processes something or they need access to a database that's down and they're trying to fix something. It's because it feels like something it's not like information is missing from what your mom provided or whatever. I feel like they've got it all. Now they're just waiting for someone to be able to review it, or they need to verify something and that system's down and they're trying to get it running. So it's like there's the absence kind of energy that's coming in. But I feel like once it kicks in, then the dream come true happens. That comes in with that. Um, yeah, and it could be this full moon energy because I think isn't the moon card number 16? Is it on the bottom? No, I was gonna say there it is. I think the major arcana number 16. I think it is because what the sun is 19, so that comes later. Well, maybe the moon is 18. What's 16? Does anyone know off the top of their head? It's not oh, there it is. The tower. Okay, that makes sense. So there's something that's missing. And that's yeah, so there's something that got blown up. Something went down. So that makes sense that the tower card uh is the lightning bolt. There's like, oops, something disconnected. There was something somebody had to suddenly leave for an emergency or a system is suddenly went down and so they're waiting on that to get it back and recover it. And it says, so you've got don't judge yourself for how you feel. It says just feel the feelings. Emotions are messengers. What do yours have to say? So anything that's bubbling up around this situation with your mom and her application process, it's okay. This is messages for me. What are you trying to tell me, emotions? So I like that. Right. So that's what they have for you, Olivier. Many blessings to you. Cheers, everybody. I'm take a sip here. Go about lozenge too. I'm starting to get a scratchy throat because I've been talking for almost 4 hours, probably, right? And not drinking enough, probably. Let me just throw a little lozenge. All right. So we'll continue on here. Next up, we got Sean G. So Sean, here is, whoops. I think I did that right. Yeah. So your timestamp, this is for your free reading. Thank you for your donation earlier. So what can you do to make this week the most progressive and exciting week that you can make of it? All right, let's take a look here. What are some ideas or what do they feel can do that? Yeah, I feel here do the unexpected. Do something different, definitely here. The King of Wands is getting out of our head. They're the ones that take the Nine of Swords and chunk it. because that's all the nightmare and insomnia, the supposed to be, should be, need to be, all these, "Well, this is the way everything needs to be done. This is what normally is done, blah, blah, blah. This is what works. This is what doesn't work." But the king of wands is asking everyone to leave the throne room and take all those expectations and information with you, and I'm gonna try something brand new, something I haven't tried before. And, um, yeah, it's about doing different brings different, um, and so I don't know, it's like do something unconventional, do something, and follow your intuition, follow your heart, because I feel like, if you're wanting, "Well, I wanna do really good at my business or this or that or something," it's like, well, you know, I know it's freezing cold out, but this is like they said, "Well, go play chess in the park." And you're like, "Chess? I don't know how to play chess." It's like, "It's alright, go ahead." And you go there and, um and I know it's freezing cold out, so this is not it, but it's something like this, right? 'Cause sometimes I watch chess players I know, chess players online, especially they have these content creators, and they're hilarious, and, um, and so you go to go play chess, and you go, maybe you've never played before, and you're like, "Hey, can I play you, or can you teach me?" And they're like, "I'm doing a video right now, would you like to be a part of it?" And you're like, "Sure." And then because you're a part of their video, and they have like 1,000,000 followers, because there are some of these YouTube chess, um, social media, creators, that have millions of followers, and then suddenly people are following you on your channel because you just happen to go do something unconventional. That's what they're saying, be creative and don't limit your abilities. Follow your gut and just go, "This seems weird, I'm gonna go do it." And just see what happens. I feel it's like a week of being odd, and it makes very much sense with all this Aquarius energy that we have going on, because 'cause they're all about being the rebel, right? Let's see what your rebel card says. It's funny because I was just talking about social media isn't real life. They don't really look like that. Life is not perfect. Filters are fake. But, you can still I like that they're like social media, that's funny. Anyway, so there you go. Many blessings to you, Sean. Hopefully that helps. Alright, you're very welcome, Jean. Alright, Tim De La Gem, you are up 347.55. Alright, there you go, Tim. A general for what you may need to consider in employment this month. Alright, let's take a look here. Let's see what they have here. Happy full moon. Yeah, I like that because the cards were falling, and I really wanted that one card, even though the deck was falling apart. And they're like, even when it feels like things are falling apart, go for it. I like it because you do have the full card, which is a brand new adventure, a brand new beginning, free of expectations. And the Knight of Swords, it is seeking clarity, but there is this communication that's coming in with this new opportunity. I don't feel like you like, um, feel like you've put out all the feelers, you put out stuff that's out there. And so I feel like you've done the work with all this. But I also feel if you want to continue to search just for something to do while you're waiting, I know this is funny that they're saying it that way, but the Knight of Swords has to do with your search, and the Fool card is Aquarius, do things different. Look somewhere different. And if you're putting filters on your searches, get rid of the filters, because I feel like they're saying, look for the odd, look for the out of the ordinary, because there's going to be something that if you have filters on, you won't see. If you take the filters off and just look at all the jobs in your area or remote jobs, whatever things you're just looking, you're going, "Oh, what's this? Here's a new adventure." And I feel like there's something that really grabs your interest. But it's get rid of the filters, look at the odd, the weird energy that comes in. Um, and I like that. So let's take a look here. This is the Rebel deck. So let's see what the Rebel says here. Yeah. Look at judging people is gross. Criticizing others is a waste of time. You've got better things to do. And you do. I like this as a in a funny roundabout way saying, yeah, you got better things to do than socialize and hang around the people that are judging people and criticizing others. You're like, I got better things to do. Um, I do have purpose. I do have something else that I can be doing instead. So I like that confirmation that um, there is something out there for you. So I like that for you, Tim. That's what they got for you. So many blessings. All right. And hey, I don't think I can see your name, but we've got X4C. At least that much of it. I'll add you to the. Good to see you. I like that little thing that you have there. All right. So, Faith and Love, you're up next. So, Faith and Love, thank you for your patience in getting to your reading and hanging out. You probably hear, hey. So, Faith and Love, what can you expect in love this week? All right, let's take a look here. All right. We got this, and we got this. We got a third one too. Slow motion with the Knight of Pentacles. You're like, yeah, no kidding. And then the Knight of Wands, the fastest. You got the slowest and the fastest. And underneath it, you have the Nine of Wands, perseverance and holding back. It's funny because the way that these came out, it's like the slowest is pulling against the fastest. It's like going back and forth, right? It almost feels like, um, what can I expect from love this week? Whiplash, right? Here and gone, fast and slow, fast and then slow, and then fast and then slow, and then fast and slow. But there's this perseverance kind of energy saying, even though it feels like there's this block, just trust and persevere. Allow the push and the pull and the fast and that and I don't know, just let it be. Go with the flow of it. And because when I feel like you're learning about expectations through this, right? Because patience is a lack energy. And I know I was surprised when I heard that myself, but because patience is, I feel something should already be here and it's not. And a something not being here energy is a lack energy, not an abundance energy. And so we learn a lot through the things not happening as fast as we want it to, pushing your foot on the brake and then also pushing on the accelerator. Creates a lot of burning the rubber, right? But I feel like it's allowing and going with the flow and trusting the blocks, trusting the timing, and releasing the need to control the timing. Feels like this energy that's coming in here, and just allow it. Um, and question, you know, does timing really define me? And why is the timing um, bubbling below the surface? If it's not conscious, like you're like, oh my god, then why is it subconsciously bubbling up? Because obviously, with the cards coming in, it's there. So I feel like that's kind of the journey of for love this week is that fast, slow, things not unfolding the way in the speed that you want. And it's more of a reflection type of week with that. Your fortune cookie, yeah, comparing yourself to others is pointless. Things may not be as they seem. Just do you. Just do you, boo. Just do you. All right. So hopefully that resonates. That's what they got for you, faith and love. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Shariah, I think I'm saying that maybe semi correct. Here is your timestamp. So you're wanting to know if it's time to let go and walk away from Nawaf or be a little more patient, wait for him to want to get married. All right, let's take a look here. Sorry, crunching my cough drop. Must be getting hungry. All right. So let's see what do we have here. We have the Ace of Swords along with the World card here. So, so I'm just going to finish chewing on my cough drop here. So from Spirit's standpoint, um, they don't look at like, you know, should or shouldn't and that kind of thing. They just look at decisions that can be made. Because you have the World card, which is the last card in the major arcana. It's significant endings to old patterns and or old situations, the beginning of a new adventure. Ace of Swords would be new communication, but it's also about gaining clarification because and communication is very important here, and it's not about ultimatums like, "Are you gonna marry me? If not, we're done." It's understanding, you know, "You do know that I would like to get married," and they're like, "Yeah, I do," and they're like, um, "Are you do you wanna get married to me?" "Yeah, someday." And you're like, "Okay, well, how far do you in the future do you think that would be?" And because there is, of course, our expectation of, "It needs to be by this time," or, "What does it mean about me?" And it's about understanding. This is all about understanding, I feel like, with this energy, it's communicating, and because if you don't learn in this situation, there's a gift in the situation for you to learn and grow from, and if you don't learn and grow from it, you just repeat it over and over and over again. I know, trust me. So, there's this what's the worst that can happen if you ask them the questions? Because 'Cause you're, like, ready to possibly go, "You know what? I'm gonna move on, but at least let me give them a chance to let's talk about it." And, like, "I just wanna understand where you're coming from, just for my benefit, for my growth and my understanding is, are you interested in being married?" "Yeah, I do wanna get married someday," or, "No, I don't wanna get married." And you're like, "Okay, that's good to know. I'll write that down in the future." Not on the first date, right? But eventually we wanna say or maybe even, that's something I wanna, only go on dates with people who do wanna get married. So that could be just I'm not gonna, what was it like an old, like one of my grandmothers used to say, "Don't go on a date with someone who wouldn't make a good mate." You're like, "I'm not even gonna date if they don't wanna get married." Say, "I know this is a question, but this is my goal is I'm looking to eventually find someone to have a life with, and I wanna be married. So I wanna find out, first of all, do you believe in marriage, and do you wanna get married in the future with someone?" Okay, number 1, okay, good. But I feel like there's a lot of talk about it, and then if I feel like you're gonna gain clarity when you talk to them about it because you're gonna discover that some information that's gonna make it an easy decision for you. But I feel like it's not an ultimatum conversation. It's a having a positive conversation, inquiring, curious conversation. Can I ask you some questions? I'm just curious, and I wanna understand, where you're coming from, if that's okay, and we approach it that way. So I feel like that is what they're saying here because I don't feel like you have like a fated relationship with someone in this lifetime where absolutely no matter what choices you make in life, you'll end up at some point with this one person. I feel like with these decisions in your life you make, you'll end up with this person, or for these decisions, you would end up here, or if you go off in this direction, you'll end up with this person. And so it's all about growth and understanding. Because whatever you glean from this conversation and relationship, you'll take it into a different one. But if you alter your course, you'd end up with someone else. Um, and in this case, if you just "All right, psh, bye," psh, you might repeat it. You'll have the same interaction with someone else in someone else's body. It's like the same thing will draw in because we will draw in the same teachers showing us what we wanna see about ourselves until we see it, and the reflection, every relationship is a reflection of ourselves, right? The reflection doesn't change if the person looking in the mirror doesn't change. So you're like, "What do I need to change to get a different result?" Well, let me find out what's going on over there. Let me understand what's going on in here too. So I don't feel like there's so much more to it than it's just them not wanting to do something. It's I need to understand what's going on inside of me around it. Otherwise, I'm just gonna repeat it over again. So hopefully that makes sense. Yeah. So your fortune cookie is about holding yourself accountable, even if no one else does. Integrity matters. But yeah, let me see what is it that I'm doing to create this for me in my life? Because I'm the one that makes my mental choices, my emotion choices, energetic choices, physical choices. I'm the one co-creating this situation. So what's my part in this, right? So hopefully that helps. I know that went really deep. I just wanted a yes or no. Anyway, many blessings to you. All right. Salama, you are up 40209. So, a reading on job opportunities in the new full moon in Leo season. All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, what are we looking at here? All right. Yeah, you've got the 9 of Wands energy here, which is this block, and this King of Swords, which is about, they're the power of the mind and mindsets energy here. And I feel like, when you're looking at like job opportunities, if you have been feeling like there's been this blocking energy and that, you can't move forward, in the job area, it has to do with your mindsets. It has to do with limiting of yourself. And it can be kind of like we were talking about a little earlier too, with I'm feeling like because what they're showing me is like going on to like a job search and going, um, there's, you know, 3,000 pages of jobs. And I'm like, oh God, okay, let's filter this down. Well, it needs to be in customer service. That's what I've done all my life, customer service. So that limits the jobs. But now I just got rid of some stuff that really um, is where my soul, my heart is wanting me to go. But I've limited it because of the searches. And I feel like it's don't limit it so much. Really look at things, even stretch outside of what you normally would do, because it's like your heart wants to do something new. And this, if you look at I put out a video here, I'll throw it out there right now. It's Leo full moon energy, since you're talking about the full moon, making the most of the full moon energy. Yeah, that's the right one. Um, and this Leo energy is about discovering like your energies and who you really are and what you can do to help humanity, right? And so there's this like, wow, not limit the searches, see what's out there. And it it might be in a field that you don't have experience directly in, but they could use your experience in it, right? 2 masters and 17 years experience, there's no plan, at least 3 jobs daily, yeah. So so this, um, mindset of limiting those, those energies, I feel like is one thing that they would have you do here. The other thing here with this change of mindset that's blocking, um, is our energy will either draw in things or work against things like the tide will either bring things in or our tide will make it difficult for things to come toward us. And the difference here is it's so if I have an energy of I need a job, I want a job, I fear I won't find a job, that's lack energy, and lack energy invites more lack, which keeps the actual jobs to coming to us. Because our energy is saying, I enjoy lack. I enjoy fearing not having a job, so don't let a job come to me. That's what our energy is doing. It's making it harder for a job to come our way. So, something that we can do to help the universe bring things to us more easily is to change that mindset, and we change it to gratitude. So we focus on, you know, any kind of job I've had in the past. What was I grateful for in those things? Or like if you, well, you have 17 years of experience, so you must have had a ton of, experiences. It's it's like going into a donut shop. You point at all the things you love, you get more of that. If you go in and point at all the stuff you hate, you get a dozen things of you what you don't, want. So it's going back and thinking, picture in your mind something you loved about a job you had before. Feel how you were in that moment, um, and express gratitude around that. That's what draws it in. We're basically telling the creator, who's the baker, these are all the stuff I love. And they're like, good, I'll bring you that, but if I'm like focusing in on what if I can't find a job or I have a mentality of, oh, it's going to be difficult for me. They're like, oh, you want difficulty, be aware of our mindset and our energy. And if we transform it to gratitude, then it can draw something in as well. So it feels, it's not about the what, it's about the how. Um, I'm searching for 3 jobs daily, but, um, what's my energy? Is it of gratitude? Am I having gratitude and filling it out, and I'm thankful for the opportunities and, you know, handing it to the creator, going, I'd love a job, and so, we only have to ask once, "I'd like a job, and this is the job kinda job I would like. I love all this stuff. Thank you, and you're gonna bring me the perfect job in the perfect time, in the perfect way. Release it to you. I focus on gratitude the rest. If I ask every day, "God, I need a job," that's lack energy, and that's why it's more difficult for it to come in. So, hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Boom, boom. Yeah. Oh, it says, "You miss them. Loss, it was really hard. Big hugs." It's interesting. I don't feel like this has to do with emotions. I feel like this is the job. You miss the job. Loss is hard. Loss, missing, that energy of, that's lower vibrational lack energy, right? So it's like that, yeah, it's like, let me change it and focus on what I'm grateful for, and that'll change things, I feel. So hopefully that helps, Salama. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Alicia, you are up. Here's your timestamp. And is there any change that things will start building between you and Orion? All right, let's see here. So, based on your current energies, what kind of energy is building between you and Orion? So, we've got this attraction energy with the 6 of Wands. that's there. And the Page of Pentacles does talk about a future opportunity, but there's also this the Page of Pentacles is about seeing our sense of our worth into the outside world in a different way. And that means, when we look inward and upward, I feel like, what would build between you guys would the only thing you'd have mutual is mutual energetic attraction and physical attraction. This I don't feel like there's this emotional connection. So I feel like things would be, only physical and actions, but you would be because you want emotion, you want that emotional connection. I don't feel like they have that to offer. So I feel like you might see some attraction building, but it's not gonna be that heartfelt. It's only really sensual, not emotional. And I feel like that's where the energy is right now. Let's see here. Um, look good. You're already cute. Focus less on appearance, more on character. Wow, acting right makes you even more adorable. But I feel like that's this thing is it's not about physical attraction. You're already cute. You deserve to have emotional connection, you know? So, it's not about appearing different, looking different. It's about finding someone that matches your energy, not just the physical, passionate attraction energy. We want that. We do want that, but we also want emotional and mental communication, connection, right? You deserve it all, but I don't feel like they can bring that for you, at least in their current state. So that's what they have for you, Alicia. Many blessings to you. Right. And then Ankita Moore, you are up. Here is your free reading. Thank you for your donations earlier. Boom, boom, boom. You're welcome, Salama. So you want to know if you do the government job exam, as you said yesterday, CGG, how long will it take you to clear it? You'll still be along with your job. Oh, you're going to do both. Oh, okay. Let's take a look here. We'll do a when card here. So based on current energies, how long would it take you to clear it? All right. Thank you. You have the Nine of Cups, which is a dreams come true energy. And there's a March 1st to March 10th timeline here. And but this doesn't feel like this year because that's like a month away. I don't know if you can do it that fast. um, I feel like if you do it along with your current job, it's going to take a while, before you would pass it, right? Um, and there might be have something to do with the periods. What is this? The periods? Oh, it's not. Is this like there's not an exam? Like you can just take it anytime. There's like certain times a year. And I feel like the one for this period, you have to have already submitted it or something. And then the next one, I feel like there's something that it can't be done. So you have to wait until next year. It feels like it would be that far. To do this job exam, but it feels like next year, based on current energies, with March 1st to March 10th, it just feels like it's to be able to do it and to pass it and to be prepared for it. It's going to take like a year to do that, if that's while you're working and studying along there as well. Oh, okay. Okay, very good. Okay, that makes sense then. So it doesn't feel like how long will it take you to clear it? Yeah, so you'd have to it would be around that period of time, based on current energies, so that makes sense. All right, my dear, and let's see what your fortune cookie says here for this too. I like this. Know how to do stuff. Yeah, that's exactly what you wanna study and do, right? It says, "Learn to cook, organize your space, fix things, and manage your time. Your future self will thank you." But I like that. This is like, yeah, you're gonna wanna know how to do stuff to be able to do that job. You're like, no way, really?" Alright, so that's what they have for you, Ankita. So many blessings to you. All right. Minu, you are up for 1507. All right. So, Minu, will he ever express his real feelings to you? All right. Ever, 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 ever in this lifetime? It doesn't seem like it. It seems like the Ace of Swords, that they're more of a thinker than a feeler. And the Three of Wands is, I feel like eventually, like you move to a, it's like I go a different direction. I choose to go a different direction because, and this is Ace of Swords too, which is clarity. With new information, you choose to go a different way. And I just feel like they're a big, and they're not a big feeling expresser. Um, so I feel like you were like, all right, I'm done. It's my patience bank is overdrawn. Suit your fortune cookie says here too, right? Oh yeah. The struggle is real. You are going through some tough stuff. You got this. So I feel like, you'll figure it out on what you're wanting and what you're not wanting. But I do feel like you do get some clarity that comes in here, with that Ace of Swords. And you're like, yeah, no, I'm good. So I feel like you'll end up going a different direction with all that. Right. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we've got X4C, some sort of symbol there too. I'm not sure how to say your name here, but here's your timestamp and you can see yourself there. You know who you are. Whoops, maybe not. I didn't grab it all. Let's try it again. There you go. And you want to know Tune's current feelings for Mo. All right, let's take a look here. Shuffle these up. So Tune's current feelings. Got that, and we got that. All right. All right. Well, there is some fire energy there with the Four of Wands. There's joy. Um, the Justice card, is it's Libra energy, which rules over the house of relationships too. Um, and they're trying to figure things out. I feel like they're trying to understand it. This is the marriage card here, but this is the balancing thinking card. That is, they're trying to determine if, I would say, if they want to get married to them or not, but they're trying to understand and clarify what is it that I do want in order to, be with someone and be married and be in a relationship with someone. And I feel like they're like trying to figure it all out. There is joy and attraction energy there, but I feel like they're very confused. Tunes, very confused about what they want in life, and um, they're, I feel like they're just trying to figure that out, and they don't know. So they don't know what they want, so they don't know how to explain their feelings. Because I feel like they get in their head a lot, maybe more of a thinker than a feeler with this energy. They more have expressed themselves through passion and action, not through emotion. So when we're asking about their feelings, it's like asking a Vulcan on Star Trek, "How do you feel?" They're like, "Illogical. What do you mean? I don't know what feelings are." "What?" "Okay, how do you think about them?" "Oh, if you ask me how I think about them, I'm thinking and analyzing what are the best attributes to have for someone in marriage, and I'm trying to understand that. I'm exploring that. So I'm not quite sure yet." And I feel like that's would be like an accurate answer. And if you're asking them for that, because I feel like they're really in their head, really like logical and really, you know, look at it from a mental standpoint, not from an emotional standpoint. Um, at least, with that energy. So hopefully that helps bring a little clarity about, well, why am I not getting that emotional messages from them? Because they're a Vulcan. They're Spock. Spock from Star Trek. Let's see here. Yeah. Well, there is a little message here about waking up. It says, "Stop sleeping so much. You're missing some cool stuff. Wake up." And there is a little message in that, right? About, you know, maybe we're like, well, I don't think Tune can bring Mo what they're looking for. It's time to wake up and realize it, because there's yourself for someone who's not being able to give you what you want, right? And it's like, yeah, good point. I just need to say, well, I'm gonna go enjoy life, and if they activate their heart, take those panels and beep, get their heart beating, and come and share their emotions with me, I'll think about it. But other than that, I'm gone. I'm gonna go enjoy myself. I'm gonna go and enjoy the things I love in life. Bye. But anyway, but that's what I feel they have for you. So hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. Let me check my emails here, make sure there's nothing else here. I think we are all done. I don't have any other questions or donations. So we will start ending the session here. If you haven't checked out the making the most of the full moon energy for the Leo full moon, we still have that energy available to us for several days. So you can take a look at that. It's a free video. It talks about how to make the most of the releasing statements and the affirmations to replace things with that. I'll be announcing a giveaway tomorrow. Every new moon and full moon, I have a giveaway. So we had Santa won the full moon giveaway this morning. In a couple weeks, on February 17th, I'll be having a giveaway for the new moon. So bell is set to all, so you'll see when I put out the video tomorrow for the new moon, so you can get into the drawing where you have a chance to win a 30-minute personal recorded reading or one of my energetic hedges. Also, I just introduced a new one of my energetic hedges, which is the Hedge of Health. That's on special for $35 instead of the $50, which it'll change to on February 12th. So I introduced it. I have like 3 weeks of it at a lower price. So if you want to take advantage of that, you can check that out, or you can look at the video to find what is it all about. Also, I have a free podcast if you want to check that out, called The Easier Path. And I'll have a new one coming out, a new episode coming out on Thursday. So if you want to catch up on those, the playlist is down in the description box with everything else. So you can check that as well. So I am on Wednesday through Sunday nights at 5 p.m. Mountain Time starting time in the United States. And so if you want to catch me again, I'll be back on Wednesday. Till then, remember every second of every day of your life that you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you too. So till I see you guys again, remember, uh, this is a giant playground. Make sure we go play. Why are we being so serious? All right. I love you guys. We'll see you.